Good flipping morning, ladies and gentlemen. Another episode of Coffee and a Cup of Color with your host, yours truly, Color Commentary. I'll bringing it to you for the next hour or two. Very short mouth this morning, apparently. Short show this morning. Odell Beckham Jr. returning to practice per Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel throwing Color a lifeline with his latest presser yesterday. We'll get into that too, tell you why it feels a little more encouraging, but we'll also discuss just how hot the seat is for Mike McDaniel. All that and more. Fins up.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic hill. He's in for six. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work for it.
I know there's a lot of teams that are going through things that are similar to us, and there's a lot of teams that are able to execute at a higher degree. So that's I don't spend much time in hindsight. There's very calculated everything that we tried to do, adjusting to whatever scenario that's presented to us. And we're professional football players and coaches, and so it's our job to put forth a better product. And if you're grasping at straws to figure out why it's okay, that's not the answer. The answer is to diligently really maximize accountability across the board and collectively come up with a solution.
Thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it.
Once again, good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is hot again. It is humid again. It is partly cloudy again and sunny in South Florida. Good morning. Welcome to everybody in chat. I appreciate you joining me this morning. Mike McDaniel speaks yesterday. Seems like the seat's gotten a little cooled off just a little bit. I like a few of the things he said yesterday, but I'm just wondering if it's too little, too late. Definitely tell you where I'm at now on the Mike McDaniel seat. We got, I want to make sure I pronounce this correctly, Shitaiwe. First one in chat asking if it's 11 a.m. or p.m. Man, I don't know anymore, tell you the truth. When I set up the show, StreamYard makes a little error all the time. It wants to default everything to PM, and I didn't catch it before I scheduled the show. So some of you might have thought we were going to have coffee at 11 o'clock at night. But it looks like Mr. Dragoon was not fooled at all. Nor Manolo, because Manolo came right in after Second one in chat saying good morning. Mike on the mic. Who's that? Who? Mike on the who? Definitely do what he says. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell. Even though Culler don't get the times right, it'll still help a lot. It'll make sure that everybody knows that somebody likes this show going on, and as such, you should come watch it and come chat with everybody here. If you're on Twitch or Twitter, come over and give us a subscribe, if you will. Hit the like button. Maybe you meet some friends and hang around here, chat with everybody. What's up, Ronnie N? I do have my coffee ready, in fact, and it's tasting pretty good. I mean, the box is kind of stale, but the coffee is good. I don't know if that's my season analogy for the Miami Dolphins this morning. Got Aquavision coming in too. Joe Rist, good morning to y'all. Couple of the mods and the members. Dakota the Jets Motivator, good morning to you too. One of the newer Jets fans coming in to the community, keeping us all in check. Damian Deese, how you doing? Good to see you around. Miami Kid, there's Lewis. Good morning. Oh, speaking of Lewis, excellent show yesterday, guys. Every time I watch that show, it gets better, man. I'm not trying to blow sunshine here. This is a really fantastic group of guys, and they really worked well together. You got Alex hosting that whole gig over there, the Blitz Pickup. Make sure you go over to the Blitz Pickup on YouTube. Subscribe to their channel and watch their content, especially last night's show, because I don't know what it is. You got Alex hosting, you got Tony H. Y'all might know him from the Twitter streets. You got Lewis, the Rabbit Dolphin friend and family member of TFTG. And I mean, they just got such good chemistry. They you know, they don't let each other get away with anything, but yet they don't take things to a personal level. You can see the love and the friendship between all of them guys, and it makes for really good conversation because people are able to get their thoughts out and their words out. They're able to disagree. They're able to agree. And man, last night's show was just absolutely bonkers, man. Great. It's almost like you guys like tapped my phone or something and were listening to my head or something, because everything you guys said last night was right out of Culler's brain. I mean, right. It was like, wow, these guys are living in my head. I mean, obviously, I don't agree with everything everybody says, but man, you guys were spot on with your Mike McDaniel talk last night, man. Just spot on. Miami Kid, how you doing? Let's see who else we got rolling in. Red, White, and Bills. We finally woke up Sean, the Bills fan. So we're going to get into this press conference from Mike McDaniel. And I'll run it at 1.25 speed, obviously. Bunch of minutia with injuries in the front, but there's a few things that he said that, you know, are encouraging to me as far as like, at least he's taking the right mentality. I think that a lot of the tack that he's taking right now is what I would call a little too late. Because I'm not so sure that, you know, with given the platitudes and the gaslighting and everything that we've experienced for the last couple seasons, I'm not sure any of that can be forgotten by the fan base so easily. I don't think the last 7 games performances can be forgotten by the fan base that easily. And so while you might be saying the right things now and you might be making Culler feel like you actually do know what you're doing as a coach, I mean, the whole world is jumping off. I heard this other guy, non-Dolphin fan media guy, and talking about it, McDaniel, and it gives you a perspective of what other people think about what the media has said over the years and all this other stuff. And it's like, I think the bubble's burst, people. I don't know if we're going to be long for Mike McDaniel. I know that my percentages of him getting fired yesterday are obviously at 0 now, considering he's still taking the podium yesterday and still our head coach today. However, for next week, little thought came into my head. Little birdie whispered into my head, into my ear, and reminded me of something that I hadn't considered last week. If we would have fired Mike McDaniel after a Monday night game on a Tuesday morning, who would prepare the team to play New England this week in such a short period of time? Keep that in mind, because I'm not so sure that the fire's been put out underneath Mike McDaniel's seat. If you look at it from the perspective of we have a bye week in week 6. We have our arch nemesis divisional opponent, New England, who is a terrible team. There isn't many teams worse. Actually, there's only one team worse than the New England Patriots right now. And that's the Miami Dolphins. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's true. Not in my heart. We'll always be the best. But we are the worst team in the NFL right now. And we face the second worst team in the NFL right now in their house. And we are a 1-point underdog. Now, obviously, they're getting 3 for being at home, so we're actually favored by a couple. But the point remains. The line right now is +1 Miami. How far are we falling? We should be +5 in this game. We should be -5 in this game. For real. Based on expectations set in the offseason, set in past seasons. And I am sick and tired of watching people blame the last 2 weeks on our season. The fact of it is, we should be 2-2 right now, at the very least. Because I was told that, obviously witnessed some of it too, the level of offense that we've been able to put down on the field. Unfortunately, what I haven't looked over and forgot is the lack of offense that we put down over the last 7 games, spanning to last year, up to and including the Dallas game, where we only scored 5 field goals. I've harped on the numbers over and over and over again, but yet tweet after tweet after tweet comes out saying things are going to be different and better when Tua comes back. Omar Kelly, the latest from him. I've been back and forth. Well, not back and forth because he don't give me the time of day. I'm going to say it. I'm not going to say he's afraid of anything, because I'm nobody, but I do believe he has a possibly purposeful intention in avoiding logical conversations and avoiding logic altogether. Let me read this tweet. He was replying to a person that said, Omar put out a tweet a couple weeks ago, and it's been burned inside my brain, and I haven't gone a day without thinking about it. He said, quote, I think McDaniel deserves the opportunity to have a healthy roster, end quote. Well, if that's the case, then when are we going to get this roster? First of all, I'm going to address that comment first. When are we going to get this healthy roster, Omar? When? Do tell. You have the inside information. You knew we weren't healthy going into the season, obviously, if that's the excuse you're going to lay down now. If that's the excuse we have laid down for the collapse last year, and now the early season collapse this year, where we don't have half of our wide receivers, we don't have Odell Beckham Jr., we don't have this, we don't have that, and now we're going to turn around and say McDaniel deserves a chance with a healthy roster? How many of those losses last year did we have an injured, a non-healthy roster? Kansas City. So that excuse is only putting one touchdown on the board. The unhealthy roster excuses a last throw interception from Tua against Buffalo. The inept offense during the Dallas game. That was injury? How about the Ravens game? How about the Jags game this year, where we start out fresh? Are you telling me that based on the injuries we had to start against Jacksonville, with the entire preseason to mitigate that, and we looked like that? How about this year's Buffalo game? Not to mention, as iDog in chat points out, good morning, iDog. Hey, Omar, I've got a secret to tell you. Every team's roster is injured. And besides, he didn't say injuries. He said Mike McDaniel deserves a chance with a healthy roster. As if to say he's never had a healthy roster. And all we have to go by is 11 wins against inferior opponents. I mean, we're not talking about, hey, we're a little better than you. Seriously inferior opponents last year. To the point, an opponent so inferior and so injured, apparently, that we were able to put 70 points on them. Almost breaking a record. We argued till we're blue in the face about whether that was an aberration or not. I'm sure Denver fans would say pump the brakes. It was early in the season. These games, don't matter. These teams across the NFL are pretty much using the first couple weeks as preseason games because of the lack of practices in preseason, which is a question asked by Mike McDaniel yesterday, or asked to Mike McDaniel yesterday. Answer is kind of interesting. Yeah, we didn't expect that we might have been more up to speed than everybody else because we weren't treating those games as preseason games, right? So we put 70 points on a preseason team. And if you think I'm throwing shade by making up some kind of idea that across the league, the NFL is treating these games as preseason games, then look no further than 3 of our coaches as to where I took that information from, where I got that idea from. I didn't just sit here and make up in my head out of whole cloth this idea that these games don't matter. You know who they might not matter to? There are 2 types of teams in the NFL that early games might not matter to. 2 types. One is the type that is such a good contender that they are 100% sure that when they get things right, they're going to go on a run and nobody's even going to remember the first couple of games of the season, a la the 0-2 Patriots from back in the day, a la the Packers when Aaron Rodgers said RELAX. You could argue the Buffalo Bills last year. That's one type of team that can treat these games like they don't matter. The other type of team are the trash of the NFL. The ones that use that as an excuse to their fan base when they build a Super Bowl roster, supposedly. They have some early success, and then the wheels fall off because of meandering decisions about the quarterback, all kind. You know what the myriad of reasons. Those are the teams that say, you know what, we're gonna just do whatever we want to do because we're millionaires. And yeah, when the fans start bitching and moaning, we're just gonna say, guess what? These games don't matter. Right out of the mouth of our own coaches. I didn't make this up. I showed you guys the video, the press conferences of all of our coordinators, including our head coach, the day they said that. I paused it. I discussed it right then. I didn't make this up. We've played 4 games. We're 1-3. The entire league is pulling away from us. And we're sitting here going, I can't wait till Tua comes back. He's going to show everybody. He's going to make this offense go. Oh my God, I didn't think it could look this bad without Tua. What gave you the clue? It only looks slightly less bad with Tua. Do you know why? For the same reason it always looks bad. Because this organization is so focused on making sure that Tua looks good that that's all anybody's executing for. They're not executing on the plays that necessarily matter. They're executing on the plays that make sure Tua gets a completion to Tyreek Hill, preferably. And that may make our offense go. That may make us win. Sure. Okay, fine. Great strategy. What happens when Tua gets injured? Mike McDaniel's going to answer that question. He answered it yesterday. And I think that, interestingly enough, the answer he gave is going to surprise a lot of people. Not going to surprise me. It didn't surprise me. It's not going to surprise most of the people in this audience, because most of the people in my audience, our audience at the Fins Tailgate, are smart people. This notion that the offense is not just different or looks different, but is actually different for our backups. In other words, this idea that McDaniel got the wrong kind of backups to run his system because they're not like Tua. Well, I don't know many quarterbacks that are like Tua, first of all. Second of all, when he was brought in to make Tua great again, I'm pretty sure it was to function in an actual NFL system, not some kind of system that only Tua can run. That's not making Tua great. That's not making Tua a better NFL quarterback. That's making Tua be able to do this X, Y, Z over here. That doesn't mean anything. What would make Tua a better NFL quarterback is a guy like Mike McDaniel coming in with a West Coast system, which, by the way, Pro Football Reference has been updated now. We are, in fact, once again this year listed as a West Coast offense. Not Mike McDaniel offense, not Tua special, not none of that. And yes, that system is not designed for that purpose, but is the type of system that makes it a lot easier for a quarterback to distribute the football to the playmakers. That's what it is designed to do. I've told you guys this 1,000 times. We joke about it. Donald Duck could run this offense. Effectively, maybe not. At a high level, maybe not. But neither does Tua. Tua only operates it at a higher level than our backups, which, by the way, is a problem. Not because we need a different backup, not because we need to change the system for our backups. Tim Boyle was drafted by a team that runs the West Coast. Tyler Huntley just came from a team that runs an Air Coryell, a variation of it, a predecessor to the West Coast. Don't sit here and tell me that Mike McDaniel has created some kind of Frankenstein offense that only Tua can run. I'm tired of it. We don't have Tua right now. Mike McDaniel told us that they plan for a 1% contingency of our kicker getting injured. And you expect me to believe they didn't plan for the contingency of Tua being injured? You might say they're wrong about who they chose, or you might say he's dropped the ball in having them prepared. But you're not going to tell me that there should have been another system. Yeah, should plays be different? Sure. Am I going to call this play for this guy? Maybe not. But the Miami Dolphins have one playbook. One. That playbook, supposing Mike McDaniel keeps his job, that playbook is not going to change whether Tua is here or not. So this team needs to step up and start executing, because it ain't going to be no different when Tua gets back. Mike McDaniel said something interesting that I'll get into when we hit the presser, but it has to do with execution. And I think a lot of what we're seeing when we see these plays being run over and over again is a head coach trying to make sure that we have a certain level of execution. Because if you can't execute play X, how can I move on and trust you on play Y and play Z? Now, I'm of the belief that you win games first, no matter how you got to do it with the personnel you have, and then you start that. Okay, fine. We don't always have that luxury. And I know it probably sounds like I'm flipping the script and getting back on McDaniel's side, but this ain't about sides. This is about getting the damn problem fixed. And if it means McDaniel adjusting and staying here, I'm fine with it. If it means firing him tomorrow, get out the building and get this thing done so we can get another head in here and another coach in here to start getting this ball rolling. Because there's no excuse for this. There is no excuse for being in tank mode again at this juncture. Why the hell are we opening the window for Odell Beckham Jr.? By the way, the latest news will be practicing today. If we plan to tank the season, is that for ticket sales? I don't think anybody in Miami is going to all of a sudden buy a ticket because Odell Beckham Jr. is playing when the quarterback can't even get the ball to him. You're likely to have more people show up because River Craycraft will be playing. Because the real fans in this fan base ain't stupid. The 65,000 people I sat with the other night, they ain't stupid. And I'm about sick and tired of this organization and whoever its president is thinking that we're stupid. That's why you're pissing the fans off. Not because we can't handle losing, not because we're jumping off the bandwagon. We built the bandwagon. We built the bandwagon with 5 Super Bowl appearances and 2 victories. We built the bandwagon by being the only undefeated team in NFL history. We built the bandwagon by having a quarterback that started this whole paradigm, throwing 5,000 yards in a season with only 16 games and no running game and no offensive line. We can handle losing. We sat through an entire tank year and cheered for it. Yet somehow they're walking on eggshells with us, and every decision they make only pisses us off further. Apparently, we're rolling with Tyler Huntley again. Good. Finally, a firm decision on a Tuesday. No questions. We don't have to argue about it the whole week. Is it going to be Skyler or is it going to be Tyler? Is it going to be Boyle? And none of that. Fix your shit from last week and go with the same quarterback. There was a lot of things he did that was great. A lot of things he needs to get right. But you know what? I saw a video from Kurt Warner yesterday, and I realized something. Kurt Warner is not a fan of Tua, per se. Kurt Warner is a quarterback. Kurt Warner is going to always cape up for quarterbacks. And while he didn't do what he does with Tua. He didn't take a play and show you why Tyler Huntley is good. Sure, he didn't do that. But what he did do was broke down a whole play and showed you why Tyler Huntley had no hope. Why Tyler Huntley had no chance. Because of the things others were failing at. I encourage you to go watch it before you start pumping up Waddle like he's the next whatever. Because we talk about our players like they can do no wrong. Certain players on our team, it doesn't matter what they do, they can do no wrong. We can fumble the ball in the red zone against Minnesota to give up a win when our quarterback is injured. And you know what? That win would have actually changed our entire outcome of our season. We would not have had to play Kansas City. I'm sorry, we would have not had to play Buffalo in Buffalo that year. While I sat in Hard Rock Stadium full of purple jerseys when the Vikings were there. And then we have one of our fans of the year out on Twitter yesterday scolding us for not cheering the right way at the stadium the other night. Somebody on our show came up and called her out by name last night. We were kind of surprised by it. But you know what? I don't blame the guy. How about the fan of the year spend less time getting up our fans to go to the Jets stadium? And how about they spend more time getting up our fans to come to ours for the NFC games, like against the Vikings, for instance? Or the Dallas Cowboys, for instance, who own our stadium when they come here. And you're going to talk about, we don't cheer the right way on third down. Well, guess what? There wasn't enough people in the stadium to cheer on third down. In case you didn't realize, they were leaving for the exits by halftime. The average fan doesn't get rewarded for cheering on third down. Allie, I'm sorry to tell you, with all due respect, the average fan does not get paraded around the stadium and get to go to the members club and everything else. Hell, the members don't even get a parking space. On third down, when the cameras at Hard Rock are showing people in the stands, they're going to your section, not anybody else's. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a dick. But being a fan is much more than about cheering on third down when your team can't get a touchdown in 4 games. I'm sorry. We're human. Nobody, Zach Thomas didn't come shake my hand because I went to 4 games during the COVID year. During the tank year. I didn't, nobody came shook my hand for it. I'm sorry to get off track, but I was just reminded of that yesterday, and I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. How about you just not say something about it? How about you let people grieve this season in their own way? Because it's over, folks. We're that team this year. It's over. And if you think Tua is going to come in here and take us to 12-5, then you are the best fan ever. Congratulations. Hope you like your steak dinner. Hit the like button, everybody. I appreciate y'all this morning. Greg Fontaine coming in. Ms. Relentless. And, of course, Nene. Nothing, Nene. I just got a little off track because, I'm one of those... I'm one of those people that thought comes into their head and they totally get derailed. But it had to be said, that type of thing. I never even finished with the Omar Kelly tweet. So this person on Twitter that was asking Omar Kelly about the healthy roster. And the person went on to lament all the problems with the roster and who built it and whose fault it is over the years and all this other stuff. And Omar comes back with this reply that says, everyone wants to assign blame. Mike deserves plenty of it. He greenlit a ton of these roster decisions. He advocated for this old offensive line before Greer did. He's not off the hook either. But as I continue to point out, the offense looks like trash now because the QB it's built for isn't in it. Let's wait for his return and then judge. That reminds me of something. As a pattern recognition machine, being the human that I am, that reminds me of exactly what we were saying after Green Bay a couple seasons ago. This man is tweeting that out as if we haven't had a sample to look at for 3 years. As if we didn't have the last 7 ball games to look at. That's straight gaslighting. It's unbelievable. I can't even fathom. Now, I can because the guy's paid, obviously, to write things like that. And he don't care. His skin is so thick because he doesn't have any stake in whether we win or lose. Omar Kelly gets paid whether the Dolphins win or whether they lose. And he gets paid handsomely. You know who don't get paid? The fans. Me. El Capitan. Everybody that brings you our voice and sets up this platform to let you, the fan, have a voice. None of y'all get paid. But we're out here listening and holding gospel to the word of a man that gets paid to say those things. Spare me, Omar. And if you'd like to discuss it, we can have a civil conversation. You know where we're at. I know we're the wicked stepchild of the whole dolphin community. You've talked to everybody else. We know. We watch. You sit in your little bubble, your little echo chamber, your little special place where you all have the perfect temperature of what's going on with this organization, and we'll sit here and continue to watch a loser and get raked over the coals. That's great. Appreciate your advocacy, Mr. Jerk. Everybody, I want you to give a special welcome out to somebody we brought back last night, came back to us, willing to help. And I wanted to introduce him to those of you who are not our lifelong members and haven't been with us a while. This man helped us get. This man was here even before Culler. Okay. All of what you see, the Fins tailgate today, is part and parcel to the egg that this man helped El Capitan create. And he's decided to come back and give us his voice for our disposal and your listening pleasure. Everybody, shout out, big welcome to Mike on the mic.
Hey,
if
man,
you all know him, you know who he is. Say hi.
Culler, I just came on because I heard about getting paid, man. I figured it'd be a good time to jump on. Nah.
About another 5 years, man. So you got in right at the right time.
Right, Omar's still causing fires. I see, man. I'm off of all social
always.
media, so I don't have to look at it anymore.
Always, he's like the little girl on that one meme, you know, walking away from the house fire.
Oh, that's funny. And then we're all the dogs sitting in the house saying it's fine.
Yeah. You know what it's
up, everybody?
like.
I ain't on YouTube right now. I can't see anybody in the comments, but I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to interact with y'all some more. Culler been holding it down with shaking El Capitan and Tonk. Everybody, last night was freaking amazing. Drank a little too much beer, but I made it to the gym. So, I guess and it's still a good thing.
Show us with your index finger and your thumb how much too much beer is.
Well, I mean, 13.
Just a pinch, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. But like, dude, man, I'm just gonna tell you, being 40 and beer, I don't really mix well anymore with that. I just stick to my wine. I'm an old guy now, like you.
Oh, right, yeah.
Hey, but but I'll be jumping on daytime.
Right back in, man. Right back in to the swing of things, man. Swinging at Culler.
Yeah, dude, you know what I mean, man. Like last night was epic again. Like we're gonna have some epic throwdowns, and at the end of the day, we both agree, and we both pretty much feel the same about the team. We just we go different ways about it, but it's cool. We're gonna have a good mix.
Yep. Well, the reason I'm glad you came by this morning is because I wanted everybody in the morning who hasn't been with us for a long time to be aware of who you are and aware of the fact that your free time aligns with this show. So we are absolutely, this audience, they don't know it yet, but they're about to get treated to some special content going forward here at Coffee and a Cup of Culler, the Fins Tailgate in general, and whatever we end up evolving this morning show into, bro. Maybe we'll have a different name by the end of it. Maybe whatever it is. But currently what I'm trying to do in the morning, I'm really, really glad to have your help. And the audience is really going to be happy for it in the long run, because it's going to, dude, you just write yourself. You know what I mean? Like the content writes itself with you, bro. You know what I mean? So I'm glad to have you back,
man. It's going to be epic, man. Yeah, man, it's my pleasure. I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm I'm happy to see you still going strong and man, season tickets now too. Like you big time, bro.
Yep. So I'm kind of glad you showed up when you did, because that monologue could have gone on for another 2 hours, and everybody would just eventually think that I'm that I'm just a depressed old man that's never going to be happy. You know what I mean?
Oh, I hear you.
So if you've got, I mean, if you're chill and and all that and driving, and you're not not in danger of wiping out your car or something, you're welcome to hang as long as you want, because I'm not going to be yelling into the mic much more. And we're gonna watch this Mike McDaniel presser and kind of roast it a little bit.
Yeah, dude.
Well, maybe not roasted. Maybe not roasted. I listened to it and I kind of not. He's bringing me back a little, Mike.
Well, McDaniel, like he's man. The reason I loved him was his personality, his demeanor, his ability to settle the room. But he thinks outside the box, and his communication style is super unique. But at the end of the day, McDaniel's the coach right now. Tua, by all accounts, is going to be the quarterback again. I don't know what you've been talking about this morning, but what I do know is the team looks like crap right now, but I think it's just a momentary time before it ends up getting back to...
And we discussed that last night. I think you and I kind of understand where we're coming at. You're probably a little more excited because you'd rather see something than nothing.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm of the thought where it's just like less stinky crap. You know what I mean?
For sure. And don't get me wrong, like I get where we were going last night about the running game and everything like that. Yeah, the team, we need a Super Bowl. And until we and I experienced it with the Rangers. The whole perception changes. The whole, like, until we win. And maybe it's just a couple playoff games that we win this year or next year or whenever it happens. The whole perception of the team changes. The whole expectations of the team changes. And we kind of breathe a little bit. Like, when the Rangers won the World Series, I didn't know how to handle myself because now I didn't have any criticism. I didn't have any critique. And for the Dolphins, it's just going to take playoff wins. And if they do get to the mountaintop and they win the Super Bowl, it's a big if. I don't think it's a win. I don't know if our window's open. I saw your poll posted in the chat. I don't know if we're close, because I think I heard you say it earlier that the offense runs better with McDaniel. Well, I mean, with Tua out there. McDaniel, I think he has more confidence in his play calling when Tua's out there. But it's taken 3 years of work. I do have something I didn't bring up last night, and I want to get your take on this. Where the hell is Jonnu Smith, man? This is supposed to be the year of the tight end. He's supposed to be integrating the tight end into the offense. And that dude, all he did was eat in the seam when he was with Tennessee and Atlanta. And now, like, where is he? What is he doing? Like, he's out there for what, 7-8 plays a game?
Yeah, and again, I tried to tell people this when we brought him in the building, because nobody likes Durham Smythe. They don't care what his numbers look like. They don't care what his abilities are. Instead of utilizing those abilities, we want to continue to try to bring in a tight end to do something else with the tight ends. So in other words, instead of getting the tight ends involved in whatever way we can, we're choosing not to get them involved unless we can get them involved in this very specific way, which requires a body type like Jonnu Smith's over Durham Smythe's. The problem is we tried the same exact thing last year with a has-been tight end named Tyler Kroft. And when we brought in Jonnu Smith, I warned people that we could be looking at the same type of player. Jonnu Smith had a similar type of track in his career as a Tyler Kroft. And here we are getting the same production we did out of a Tyler Kroft, albeit Jonnu Smith sees the field a little more often than Kroft did.
Yeah.
But that's only because Kroft couldn't even make it out of camp, to be our starter. So,
yeah.
Look, I'm of the thought you've got a guy who, over his career, I know he's had a slow start this year. I know he had a really terrible game against Buffalo or whoever it was, Jacksonville. Okay, I get all that. 3 drops in a row. I know all that. but you've got a guy that on his career catches 10-yard passes 76% of the time. You know what I mean? To me,
Yeah, well,
that's
I mean,
like
Johnny-
saying you're 76% to get a first down on 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
And why we're not utilizing that over the years in Durham Smythe is beyond me.
And it's like when they do include the tight ends, it's early in the game, and then they don't go back to it. And
Or it's like, or it's a leak out to the flat, and, or whatever else. And
tight end
not like
screen,
we were
yeah.
seeing even in Flores's last year, where Tua is hitting Smythe, you know, beyond the linebacker before the safety for 25 yards. That was literally the one pass he had in that last New England game.
Yeah.
But the narrative is that he's only this guy that can leak out for 4 or 5 yards. And it's like, no, he catches 10-yard passes at a time. That's his average.
Well, I'll tell you this: with the receiving core, maybe Malik Washington, Odell Beckham practicing. I don't know, but the seam routes, that middle of the field should be wide open. And,
I mean, we don't even test it.
And we don't. That's what I'm
getting at. And you notice in the game Monday, we started to test the middle of the field because McDaniel basically at that point in junk time threw out the playbook and said, hey, you know, let's get something done. We got Tyler Huntley with wheels. We got, you know, this and that. And we started to attack the middle of the field. And what happened? We rolled right down against the junk defense and scored a touchdown.
Yeah. And
I mean, I stressed that it was a junk defense by then. You know what I mean? But
100%. And maybe Tua, maybe he comes back and he starts utilizing the middle of the field. But that's where the tight ends are going to eat, and that's where a guy like Jonnu Smith and even with the averages, like you say, an averaging 10 yards a catch, whatever, the dude takes it to the house a lot if you get him in the seam. And with Waddle on one side, Hill on the other, you got Odell or Malik or whoever you want to put in as the third receiver. And then you got that, man, the middle of the field needs to be wide open. But like the first year, maybe it was the second year of the offense, that was like that nobody could stop that where Tua was hitting the middle of the field and whatever, I forgot what the route concept is, but the glance route, nobody could stop it. But like maybe they figured it out, or that's just goes back to McDaniel trying to be too cute.
Well, according to, I watched a video breakdown of Kurt Warner this morning that kind of opened my eyes a little bit. Some of what we're seeing is actually can be put on the wide receivers too, man. We don't ever want to do that because it's Jalen Waddle and blah, blah, blah. But there's reasons that our quarterbacks are not pulling the trigger to a guy that we think is open when we look at the all 22 and we say, oh, he missed that guy. And it's like, no, you've got to put yourself down on the field. Yeah. You got to look at it from the quarterback's direction, his perspective. And you got to say, okay, and this is something that Kurt, I wish I could show it, but you know how copyrights are. The point
just put the subtitles on and turn the sound down, bro.
Yeah, we've tried everything, man. They just we're the stepchildren, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What we need to do is retain a lawyer and you know, figure out how to do it the right way where they can't touch us. You know what I mean? But that being said, you know, I'm looking at this play he's breaking down, and both these guys are like what most of the fans would say is wide open. Yet when you hear how Kurt Warner says, look, from Huntley's perspective, this one defender is in a position where he can cover either one of those if he throws that ball.
So is that
because of where they're positioned in relation to each other. And what Warner was saying is the reason the receivers were positioned where they were in relation to each other to create that situation was because Waddle had not run his route in a way that made it better for the quarterback. You see what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. And so does that go on? Is that the route concept? Is it the wide receiver? I don't know. I think
no. It's simple, fundamental. It's simply like practice type stuff.
Well,
like,
and that's the lack
tweaks,
of discipline,
like tweaks and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. And what was said after that game is, you know, what's happening in practice isn't translating to the field. Waddle says we got to get more wide open, or more open, I should say. But I do think this.
And McDaniel also reiterates something similar in the presser. We'll get to in a minute. But go ahead.
No, and like the game day discipline, I think, is a lost art in football, because we don't practice anymore. We don't hit in practice anymore. We have more walkthroughs than we actually have practice time. And so when you get to the game day, the practice makes perfect. It's the old age whatever saying you can have. And because we're not able to practice as much, the game day discipline isn't there.
And that's also alluded to in what McDaniel was saying yesterday. I don't think there should be an excuse for it across the league.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it is what it is. An ought and it is, are two separate things. You know what I mean?
For
and
sure.
the fact of it is, the whole league is acting that way these days.
Yep.
You know, when they talk, and our coaches said it the other day, and I didn't like them saying it, but they were accurate, is that across the league, you see these teams, because of the new practice rules and all that, they're just not up to speed in the first couple games.
Yeah, and it takes till week 5 or 6 before you know what teams are really going to be contenders and what teams are
Right.
actually
So
going to be consistent.
now teams are building themselves in a way that they're hoping that they can get a nice long run of 10 games in a row at some point during the season, whether it's beginning, end, to get them into the dance, to then basically reset in the playoffs and go for it. And I just that seems so volatile, it's like playing poker or dice or something, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's the way the current league just is, then I'm not sure if I'd like that, bro, as football. You know what I mean? As a sport, as a league, as a sport.
Adding an 18th game, taking away practice, it goes down to what Ali was saying last night. It's all about the money. And
well, to me, Mike,
league,
the thing that made the NFL special, the thing that makes football special, is that shortened season. Is the fact that every single game matters.
Yep.
That's why we show up and spend so much money and put so much energy into the things on Sunday. That's why half of us have a ritual on Sunday that we go through.
Well, it's
because I mean, if I know there's 20 games and I know, this game don't matter because we still got 19 of them.
Yep.
And what am I going to care on Sunday? You know what I mean?
Well, and when it goes, the NFL.
Be real. How many baseball games do you watch a year? Be real.
Well, about 80, maybe.
80. The season's 162 games, bro.
Yep.
You're watching half of them.
Well, and then they keep extending Goodell, and all Goodell's doing is protecting his assets and protecting the owner's money, because they limited practice because people were getting hurt, but now people are getting hurt in the games and they won't attribute it to lack of practice time. But you stop taking hits in practice, you stop taking reps in practice, your body isn't ready for game day. So when you do put that in extreme collisions, extreme change of motions, everything, you're not conditioned anymore to be healthy. Because you're not doing it in practice. Your body isn't ready.
Interesting. You use that phraseology you just used, change of motion. In other words, whiplash, for lack of a better word, for lack of a better understanding. You know what I mean? And when we look at our quarterback and the fact that concussions can literally be caused just by change of motion.
Yep. Well, and then
you go look at no wonder that we're in the pickle we were in early in the year.
For sure. And then you go look at the knees, man. The change, the cutting. There's somebody's got to do a study on it, and maybe the NFL will listen. But when you condition your body, your joints, your ligaments, your tendons, your bones, when you condition it all consistently, you can take more stress. Your body can handle more stress as far as stressful movements, stressful hits, whatever. One of my favorite pitchers of all time was Cliff Lee, because the guy never took a day off. And you know this. He would pitch in between games. He would throw 256 pitches the day after he pitched a 9-inning game, because he wanted his body to recover. And that's what they're missing. Like, it doesn't shock me that all these injuries are happening. It's been coming to this climax of you're making it almost unwatchable, because You're seeing guys now. Granted, you have the freak accidents like Rashee Rice. That's not going to happen very often. But you have these non-contact injuries that are coming out of the woodworks now, and I think it all goes back to the lack of conditioning. And
Right.
so, but again, they keep extending Goodell because he's protecting their assets by protecting their money and limiting the danger of practice. But the danger is in the game. Practice
Right.
prepares you for the danger in the game.
And you could
now
argue
you're not
more.
prepared.
You could argue more in the game because the intensity level is higher.
Yep.
You know, and little comic relief here because I've got to pick on Michael K for the at least once a day. He says, how do you condition a bone other than drinking milk, that is? Well, actually, Michael K, you can condition a bone, believe it or not. If you've ever looked into Muay Thai fighters
Yep.
in
Look at the
Thailand,
shins.
they sit there and they'll beat a bamboo tree with their shin for like their whole lives.
Yep.
And it builds up extra, I don't know if it's cartilage or whatever it is on the ridge of the bone that it builds up.
Yep.
But that's why they can, kick through a tree and not break their shin.
Yep. Well, and like, I don't know. It's just, it's annoying. It's frustrating. But at the end of the day, you have to have contingency plans. And I'll go back to the start of the season running in with Skylar Thompson as your backup. What have we seen? And don't get me wrong, Skylar, my dad, Bullet Bob, is a huge fan of his. I'm not as sold on him, but I do think Skylar in a different system might be worthy of a backup role. But he hasn't shown anything in this system to be worthy as being the only backup. Like, we should have kept Mike White. We should have kept somebody that has the veteran.
It's really tough for me to follow that track, Mike, because I just don't believe that's the case. Like, when you're talking about a different system, when we talk about, maybe it's just semantics, I don't know. But when we use the word system, we're talking about a philosophy. There are about 3 or 4 or 5 different systems in the NFL.
Okay, I get you. I get what you're saying. So
what I'm trying to,
what
the important part though is that the West Coast is a type of system that encompasses all aspects of the roster.
So then,
you know what I mean? And I don't want to say that it diminishes the importance of the quarterback, because obviously, if 2 West Coast teams are facing each other in the playoffs, then the difference is still going to be the quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
I'll take back
when
the system.
When it comes to devising a game plan, a set of plays, or maybe a scheme is a better word, or as I like to say, wrinkle.
Yep.
Yes, that's going to be different from player to player, but it's also going to be different if your wide receiver personnel is different.
Let me ask you a question,
if your offensive line personnel is different. You know what I mean?
I get you. Let me ask you a question. The 15 play script that damn near every team uses at the beginning of the game. When does Mike McDaniel go off that script? Like, if it's working, why does he
alludes to that? He alludes to that in the presser, so we'll actually get that answer.
Okay.
But he doesn't, and that's precisely what the part that I agree with him on, because when he says that Skylar has practiced this offense and he believes he can execute it just as well as Tua, he's referring to that very set of plays you're talking about. So even though those scripted plays might be geared towards Tua's abilities and all that, there's still plays that he has witnessed Skylar execute in practice.
So then let me ask you a question. Why does he go away from plays that work and then he gets cute? What do you think?
I'm not all the way back on his side.
Yeah.
He's not absolved of he's got his own issues that you can start to look back towards him and say, you're just as culpable and inferior or fallible as everybody else on the team in making mistakes. You know what I mean? But I'd like you to hear his presser, just because I think a lot of those particular nuanced questions you're asking, you might be able to garner an answer from him in what he says yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
why don't
maybe
you
we
run
should maybe we should get to that instead of
yeah,
trying
run the
to.
presser.
Yeah. Because again, he's like wrapping a chain around me and like holding me from falling off the cliff. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Because half the presser I can be like, "Are you serious?" And the other half I'm like, "Well, that's good to hear." You know what I mean? That he
Yeah.
has that philosophy. You know what I mean? Now implementing that philosophy could just be words. And I think what we're heading to, and this is where I maybe needed something that I didn't take into consideration with my firing take last week, was the bye week.
Yeah, it's coming.
And when you talk about firing a guy in the middle of a season and elevating an interim,
Yep.
okay, you're not going to want to do that on a short turnaround week because of a Monday night game. You're more likely to do that during a bye week. Number one, our bye week comes early. That's first good news. If you're talking about salvaging a season with an interim head coach, if that's even possible. Ask the Raiders if it's possible, because they actually played well last year. But when you're talking about that, you're gonna want first of all, you're gonna want it to be early in the year, and you're gonna want it to be in a week where you have a whole extra week to get that interim coach in, up to where he's got his plan up to speed with the team and all that, and there starts to be a little continuity, So my thought that Mike McDaniel is still, his seat is really, really on fire. That hasn't gone away, because I've now reconsidered factoring in the bye week into my calculus. If you think about it, now this is all speculation, okay? But let's just say hypothetically that Mike McDaniel was called into the office Tuesday morning or Monday night after the game, whatever. Phone call from Ross. He very well could have been told, you got 3 games to the bye week. You put your name on these backup quarterbacks. You put your name on the fact that you can win with anybody. Okay? That it's all about this system and execution and the play and the team and all that. And if they're not showing up, that's still on you, because you've got to get them, you've got to motivate them as a coach. Whatever. You've got 3 games to the bye week. He could have said, I only need 1 win, because 1 win, if you're talking about Tua coming back, is still a salvageable season, right? But we can't go over. If you go up to New England, the team that is arguably the only team that's worse than you, okay? And technically speaking, they're not, according to the rankings, but a team you perceive to be worse than you, worse than everybody in the league, and you go up to New England and you put up another stinker like this, I cannot see how Mike McDaniel is safe. So my percentages of them being fired this week now after a loss have gone back up to about 49%. I think Mike McDaniel is still coaching for his job. I lost Mike. I'm going to get into the presser here in a second. I'm going to try to wait a couple seconds to see if we can get him back in here before I start the presser, because I really want him to hear it and make sure he has. I mean, I know he's probably listening on YouTube, but just in case, I'll give it a couple seconds. In the meantime, everybody hit the like button. We have gone over the hour mark, hour and 15 minutes we're at now. As Capitan reminds everybody, hit the like button. Good morning, El Cap. Greg has come in the building. Say hi. Frank Stubbs is here. Best barbecue sauce in the world. Just kidding. Not the same Stubbs. Nene, what's up? Oh, I'm sorry, Nene. You don't even got to call me. I just got to get back on track with chat. I'm sorry about that. Let me get back here. We got a very special donation from Nene. Appreciate the $5 donation, Nene. Culler, please address the report on AVG. He wanted to stay. He never got the offer from Christopher Aloysius Greer III. I will be addressing that. Just remind me before the show stops because it's a little bit, I mean, it's along the same subject line of Greer, but I haven't even begun to get down my thoughts on Greer yet and how and his culpability in this whole thing. But I certainly do want to get into that discussion because I think that you've had a perfect temperature on the whole thing the whole time. And what Nene's referring to is this idea that got put out that, you know, Greer couldn't get the deal done with AVG because he wanted to go back home to Minnesota. It was all off the table from the beginning, when the reality is, according to Van Ginkel's wife, that they preferred to stay in Miami, that they loved Miami, and that they simply could not get an offer that was fair from Greer, or in their minds, or that the deal couldn't get done. They couldn't match what Minnesota was willing to pay. And when you factor in more money, plus the fact that it's my home state, the decision's easy. But it was never about going home. It was about staying in Miami. And Greer did not make that happen. And as such, we are without, arguably one of the better pass rusher coverage linebackers in the league. And now he's functioning and thriving on what people are considering to be the best defense right now. And we are sitting here, albeit defense is okay, we could have been that much better. We could have possibly scored in a couple of these games on defense. So that was a huge loss. And I think the organization has been trying to downplay the importance of that loss. And Nene is not letting it go. So shout out to Nene. Appreciate the donation again, ma'am. And we'll be going way deeper into that, I'm sure, especially depending the results of this week and how the season continues to play out. Because along with the thought that I don't think Mike McDaniel is safe for the entire season, I think that if Mike McDaniel is fired in the middle of the season, that Chris Greer will be next. Except I don't think it'll play out right away. I think that there's too much work to be done by a general manager that has nothing to do with the stuff we see. That typically when they fire a coach in the middle of the season, if they are intending to move on from the general manager as well, they will usually hang on to them to finish up the rest of the paperwork until, like right before draft, or, they want to get another guy to come in to have, everything, his table set. But they'll usually let the general manager do all the cleanup work before he actually leaves the building. So if Mike McDaniel were to be fired in the middle of the season, you could almost, I'd be about 75% that Chris Greer would follow at the end of the year. Good morning, CB83, Mudbone, how you doing? Who else we got coming in behind the 8 ball? Jermaine, look at that. Jermaine finally woke up. Black Sheep, how you doing? And of course, El Capitan says, another Miami Dolphins lying narrative. The only reason the truth has come out is because the Ginks are an open book and friendly with fans, so the truth has been out. Absolutely. And Nene's been all over it, covering it. Yeah, and even Nene is saying Poopart with SI is even confirming that Van Ginkel really wanted to stay with the Dolphins, really meaning preferred. So there, you got it back. So, Mike, real quick before we get into the presser, because I know I want to give it the attention it deserves. It's been a week or two now, and it seems like everybody's sweeping it under the rug, and Nene ain't having none of that. Nene, by the way, if you haven't met Nene, bro, in Twitter Spaces, Nene's a true class act, man. You definitely got to talk to her over in the Spaces if you haven't. She's a great, great human being. But she's been right there on Chris Greer's heels, because she ain't a big fan of who she calls Christopher Aloysius Greer III. That's her
I was
pet
wondering who
name
the hell
for him.
Aloysius was.
But that's her pet name for him, Christopher Aloysius Greer III, or Christopher Aloysius III Greer. She puts
Yeah.
the Yoda
Well,
spin on it.
I do miss Van Ginkel, and he made his presence known week one with that interception. I think he was I think he was an unsung hero for this team on defense. I think I think I heard you saying about the coverage he provided. He could do a lot of stuff at the linebacker position, but then they could also put him on the
High
line. His
motor.
versatility
Let's not forget
was
high
unmatched.
motor. Right. Let's not forget
Yeah,
high
I
motor,
mean,
like Zach Thomas
100%.
style motor.
Exactly. And when you have a guy like that who's kind of the glue, um, letting him go is hard. I like Jordan Brooks. You're seeing David Long now that he's hurt. That's where Van Ginkel would have came in and yeah. Hey, dude, I'm always spry hotline. But no, I do think losing him was definitely something that was a tough pill to swallow. And
You noticed
if
he
the
had to
reports
make
are true
sure
and
he had to
Greer,
make sure to make wait real quick. He had to make sure to make it known that you were drinking a Mexican version of Bud Light last night.
hey, it's as long as it's
That is a
it,
veiled insult, by the way. Just so you're aware.
hey, he's gonna keep trying. I mean, it's cool with me. We talked about it last night. I got some thick
We got to
skin. You
get
talk
you
about
on the we
thick
got to
skin.
get you on the group text that we have Michael K on, bro. The dude's funny, man. He's actually a good
Yeah.
dude, man. We all text with him in a group text, on a separate group text.
Yeah, well, and Nene, I see you in the chat saying that we never made an offer, and that's the thing. That's whose decision was that? Was that Greer or was that Ross not letting him offer the money or
Well, at
did they
that
just
point,
want to
see,
go a
now
different
we're
direction?
getting
Oh,
into like, well, go ahead,
hang
go
on.
ahead.
But my problem with it is what about Weaver? Maybe he didn't want, or not that he didn't want, but maybe he didn't see a need for Van Ginkel. And that comes down to money and personnel decisions. It's his offense or his defense now. So, but at the end of the day, a guy like Van Ginkel, I think he fits into every single uh offense or defense that you can play because of his versatility and his ability to play inside outside. He can play on the line, he can play off the line, he can put him in coverage. He all he does is produce. But Greg, yes, Greer is an idiot. I think that's blasphemy on this channel if I remember correctly. But I just losing a guy like Van Ginkel sucked. It stung. But again, I love Jordan Brooks. I think he's a phenomenal linebacker, a phenomenal replacement.
Agreed. And
David Long,
I think I don't know if Nene is really per se upset about the difference in performance as much as
being
the
lied to.
idea behind keeping a core guy around that is solid, that that wants to be here. Like she said, his wife is out there correcting the record that no, they wanted an offer here. You know what I mean? And so we're talking about a guy that has also become a fan of the town and the team. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of people you're building, that you keep around in your core, that you do give the money to, because those are the type of people that do build something solid to consider a contender, even if you got some tanking going on and you got some, building to still happen and all that. Van Gink is the type of guy that you want to 10 years from now go, remember when he was around during those years? And you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know. I don't know how much as far as the when you get into defensive players and beyond the most important player on the field, I think you're going to see a lot less influence from Stephen Ross when it comes to that. That's an outright financial Greer decision when it comes to Van Ginkel. I don't think I don't think there's a need to attribute it to anybody else. You know what I mean? Whether somebody's upset about that or holds him, to account, or whether that's the straw that breaks the camel's back, because let's face it, the guy has made plenty of good decisions too, you know,
Yeah.
and people are fair to point that out. But I think Nene's at a point where she's so ready to clean house altogether that nobody's safe. Nothing is sacred. You know what I mean? And
I mean, dude,
that's kind of where
30
she's
years of
coming
this.
from.
It's well, I'm gonna say 30 years of crap. You know, it's 30 years of the
Right.
same thing over and over again.
And for her,
It
she's
is
a
time to
bottom
clean
line.
house.
She's a bottom line results kind of person, you know,
Yep.
soldier, you know what I mean? She
Hey,
cooked for, I don't know if you
Tresner.
knew this or not, but she cooked for Obama, bro.
Oh, that's dope.
You know what I
No,
mean?
I don't know
You,
Nene, and I
you
hope to
don't,
meet you
you
soon.
don't,
I'm not
you,
on Twitter
you
Spaces
don't
anymore.
get to cook for Obama if you don't know how to assign the problem, where identify the problem where it is. You know what I mean? Like she has
Yeah,
that
for sure. And
gift of seeing through what the problem is.
Tresner in the chat says Duke Riley's a complete non-factor. He was definitely a factor on that punt, though. Boy,
Yeah.
that was
However,
just a
to your
mental
point,
gaff.
well, Mike, I want to back you up a little bit on your point about
Yeah.
Jordan Brooks. If you're going to talk about now where we're at, which is where we've arrived at, no more Van Ginkel here, you know, looking at his replacement on the field, Brooks was last week his first kind of game, full game out the gate, you know, like because David Long's injured and all that. The dude was the top tackler Monday night.
Oh, he's a dude. Why? Man, I
He had
loved
a
him in
couple
Seattle.
tackles
I
for
play a
loss.
lot of.
He's the one that got the only sack.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. Well, and I play a lot of IDP fantasy now, and he's a guy that I've been following for a few years and just watching him ascend in Seattle. And when we got him, I told my dad, I said that dude's a monster. Like he's gonna be good for us. I thought pairing him with David Long was really good, and that's why I wasn't too upset about Van Ginkel because of Brooks. But
right. More
to Nene's
on
point,
the
yes,
field,
Van
X's
Ginkel
and
we should have
O's, you're
kept.
not too upset. X's and O's, you wouldn't be
Yep.
too upset. But when it comes to the,
Yep.
what's the old saying? It's not always X's and O's. It's about the Jimmys and Joes too, or the whatever it's called. You know, this is a Jimmy and Joe type of issue here. You know.
Yes, sir. Hey, let's
but
get to the presser, bro.
Sure thing. The only other thing I wanted to talk about, we'll get to it after the presser because I want to make sure you have enough time for that. If you're still able to hang around, like, you know, because of time and connection
I got you
and
for a little
whatever
bit.
else,
Yeah,
I do want to get
I
your
got about an
opinion
hour
on
left. We're
Christian
good.
Wilkins at some point, even if it's later, you know, or another day,
Yeah,
because
we got it.
I'm going to get into what's going on with our pass rush win rates and all that before the show ends, and I find a name on that list that's quite interesting. But let's get this.
Good to see you again, brother.
Let's get this presser queued up here. What did I do with it? I had it to open my show, the clip, and then I just like closed the page out for some reason because I'm an idiot, you know.
Yeah.
Because I don't have an extra set of hands around here helping me produce.
Where'd it
Just
go?
kidding. Oh, well, it's returned. They have returned. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the wrong one. That's me. That's you and me. That's the wrong channel. I just pulled up the show. I don't know why. I just like. All right, here. Let's see.
Hey,
Mike
good to see you still.
McDaniel.
Good to see you still struggling through it.
Oh yeah. You know, and plus, like sometimes you roll with it really good, and sometimes you just get scatterbrained, and it's like everything, you know, kind of gets all. And you had this plan when the show started, and it like goes way off the rails.
It's called squirrels, man. There's tons of them. I follow them all the time.
So today we get, let's see, we get a minute and 32 seconds today of title screen. They've been chopping it down lately, Mike. They had it down to 30 seconds the other day, but today we get a minute and a half of title screen before the presser starts. I'm not gonna obviously not gonna play that, but I always like to keep track of how well the media team is doing it in Miami.
That's funny.
They didn't chop it out. They got a little lazy day. See the bar? See the red bar? That's how much nothing but title screen. Like, come on, Miami. Come on, guys. All right, here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Oh, good. Mike, is the Jalen Phillips knee injury season ending, or will it keep him out long term?
Question was about Jalen Phillips, whether his injury is season ending or not.
Oh, we're still acquiring information on
Hmm.
that, working through
Almost
it.
forgot.
He was in good spirits last night. He's in good spirits today, so we should have more concrete information
Oh, much
moving forward
better.
here soon. I don't think that um, I'm pretty comfortable saying that he won't be available this week on a short week, but the information that's presented to us will be able to provide clarity on is that a multiple week thing or whatnot. So
You had a situation where he got injured early in the game.
That's 1 1/4 speed, by the way, Mike.
We saw him on the sidelines. I know you probably didn't pay attention to this, but he was very adamant with the trainers that he can go back in, not an issue. Is that one of the cautionary tales that you worry about with players try to push through pain and then things get worse?
yeah, well, absolutely. I think that it's one of the reasons it's so important for the training staff and the players to have a very good relationship. You're going through the various testing to make sure that there's not the worst case scenarios involved, and then you're listening to the players. And I know with our training staff, they don't minimize the that each and every player, this is their dream. You try not to take football opportunities away from them, but there's a balance in that, and that's what they do a very good job at being able to read between the lines. And I think there's Jalen Phillips has been through a lot of watching football, and your the testing that's in place is absolutely as good as I've been around. So then you're making gut decisions based upon how the body is feeling. You're going through your various tests in the with the muscles and the joints, and then you have to allow guys to the opportunity to be honest with you. So his response through adrenaline was what a competitor would be, and there thankfully wasn't enough issues at hand to be able to hold him out with integrity. So but that is something that it's one of the reasons why we focus on building those relationships so that each party can trust one another.
I'm sure.
Oh, that's good to hear. Only thing I'll point out about that answer was confirming that yes, they are. His MO continues to be making sure, and it seems the training staff as well, making sure that they prioritize health and healing over getting a player out on the field, which I don't disagree with, but sometimes it can be a little, I don't know, seems like sometimes they can be a little too cautious. What do you think, Mike?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it all depends on the player, but we'll get into that in a little bit.
Right. I mean, it's just like with Mike McDaniel, it seems that a player's ready to go 100%, and then it's like he'll throw an extra game out on there, and for Jalen Phillips, surprisingly, they didn't handle it that way this year. The word was he was 100% to go, and he was out there the first game of the season. So that kind of got Mike McDaniel seemed like he got out of his normal track there. Not to get too.
So do you think that was so?
Go ahead.
So do you think that was more? Do you think that was more Phillips pushing his way back onto the field, though?
I think he's just a phenomenal athlete. I actually predicted that he would be ready by game 1. I
Yeah.
think might even be the week the injury happened. I told you, I said, this dude's a beast. I think there's enough time based on how Aaron Rodgers just healed. And don't be surprised, I said, if he's right out there game 1. And even leading up to the game, people were still like, they weren't convinced that McDaniel wasn't rushing him out. And I'm just like, look, guys, McDaniel has never rushed anybody out. And he's even confirming it right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
and here Phillips is injured again with a different injury. And when they let him come back into the game and all that, he's basically saying, even though the adrenaline was at play and all that, we've developed a relationship with this guy and the trainers, and to say, okay, we know he's probably okay. Now, how that fares out as to how long he stays out because of this injury, we'll see. Not to get too into the weeds on injuries, but he got that part of the way out in the first part of the press conference.
You've now played 4 games, which means you have a number of players we haven't seen up to this point who are now potentially eligible to start practicing.
Mm-hmm.
Which of them, if any, will be practicing this week?
He's asking. There's been a number of players that haven't seen thus far due to injuries. Some of them are becoming available and healthy. Which of the players should we expect to see coming available going forward?
So planning on opening the window tomorrow officially for Odell. So that will be a new practice player, and we'll see how that plays out.
The only thing I could say there is, like, what's this? This is the part that bothers me about McDaniel is everything, and he even uses the word later about calculating, and it's like, not everything has to be so regimented, dude. Like, there's a practice window, and it's officially opened. And does that mean he has the choice to come to practice now, or are you forcing him to practice? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the practice window is officially open for OBJ. Oh, well, thank you, Mike. Do you think we ever get to see him play sometime this season? You see what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah. But he comes from, I don't know. I resonate with his brain. I just do a better job
Same
communicating
with
my
me.
brain.
You can't fault him for what he's saying per se. It's just like, I don't know, man. I've never been able to put a finger on it. Even though I agree with what he's like, I understand his thought processes. It aggravates the ever loving piss out of me, dude.
So, well, and I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you this: I think because of his position he has as a coach with that brain, he's calculating. So for me, I know, and this is speaking from my experience only. I don't know the guy, but I do I feel like I understand him more than some, or more than most maybe, because I don't know what I'm gonna say. It just comes out. I don't have a pre-thought before my words come out. I don't have a rehearsal or anything.
Well, that's
But
evident.
I'm not in a position to get in trouble for what I say.
Right.
Right. But I don't have a filter either. And I think his
That's
I think his
definitely evident.
communication style, I think he doesn't want to, and I don't think he wants to I don't think he wants to put the wrong thing out there. I don't think he wants to accidentally or let it slip out something that could be held against him. I think maybe it's happened to him in the past, and that's his communication style. Is he's very deliberate on what words he's going to use. But he's just, I don't know. He's an interesting cat. I just like his personality a whole lot.
Well, interestingly enough, the thing that he has to be mindful of is what happened last week. Is that when you start to try to think too hard about the things you're not allowed to say or the things you don't want to say, you end up spinning yourself into a place where you're actually revealing that information. For instance, a couple weeks ago, he was talking about, we could have, the question was about being prepared and the choices that you have at backup and all that. And he was just like, hey, well, we could have had an open quarterback competition. That would have been cap friendly. And it's like he made a joke there, but that gave me a wealth of information as to why we have the quarterbacks we have. He was literally throwing Chris Greer under the bus right there. He was saying, we didn't have the money to bring these special backups in, is what he was saying. And I don't think he wanted to put that out there. With these other coaches and even him himself last week talking about the games not mattering or there being time, and all this. And it's like, I don't know if you want to be putting that out there. You probably should have just said, no, all games matter. Next question. Even if you don't believe that, you just say that all games matter. Next question.
Yeah, I get you.
So he ends up spinning himself into a point where he does reveal the information he's trying to protect.
Yeah, and I think that I'll be honest, when you have overwhelming thoughts that you want to get out and that you're trying not to, and you get backed into a corner, that's just reactionary at that point.
Well, for instance, yesterday, we went through his post-game presser and he said something to the effect, he gave this answer that was like a minute and a half long. And ultimately what he said was, we're going to get it. We're going to look at the film. We're going to make the corrections. No different than what Brian Flores said, but it took him a minute and a half to say it. It's like,
oh, that's funny.
So what you're saying, coach, is you're going to watch the film, going to make the corrections. It was so hilarious to be listening to Brian Flores come out of him without
That's
him
funny.
even realizing it.
Yeah.
Let's go on.
As well as Cam Smith.
Is there any update on guys like Great Craft and Rapid Jump?
No, only that there's it has been a positive. There hasn't been setbacks or really unexpected presentations throughout their rehabilitation. I think Bradley had a pretty severe injury that
Should be the last injury
doing
question.
very well in his progression, and then I think Rivers right on schedule. So no setbacks to really articulate.
Oh, thank God! If Rivers back on track, we might get some blocking.
Talked a lot about the responsibility you feel as head coach of this team, certainly the fan base. There was some booze last night. What do you tell fans that are, I guess, jumping off the bandwagon and wondering?
Oh, first of all, I'm going to roast the question there. What do you tell fans that are jumping off the bandwagon? How dare that freaking beat reporter even put the words bandwagon in his mouth? What are we, like, what kind of journalism do we have these days that a reporter is literally putting fans on or off the bandwagon?
I'll
Like,
tell you, if you're a bandwagon fan, you're not a fan. So
exactly. That's exactly my point. The reporter is insinuating the fans are fair weather fans. It's like, how dare he? Like, we choose to be fair weather fans. Like, oh, thank you. You told me we were building a Super Bowl contender. You told me, what did Sealer say? We're going to take the East. And yeah, I was bitching last night when I left the other night when I left the stadium. Does that make me a fair weather fan? I'm
I think
pissed.
that's a no.
You know, I'm still a fan. I'm still here. The weather sucks, and I'm still here. You know, the fair weather fans he's talking about were never fans, and those are the people that are fans of Tua. Let's be real. Exclusively of Tua, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, we've been having that argument since I can remember.
Well, Mike, because
even before
look,
you came on the Dave show.
I would consider you a fan of every player on our team, including Tua. You know what I mean? But you're probably more of a fan of Tua than I am. But you're not exclusively
I'm not.
a fan of Tua.
No. Let me get this clear. I'm a fan of what he brings. Oh man, I can't believe we're getting back on this. This is like
you don't even have to.
You
don't even really have to. I'm just pointing out.
I'm
just pointing out that you're not exclusively a Tua fan.
Yes. Well, and what I'm getting at is like, dude, I want to make sure everybody that doesn't know is, and I'm clear on this. I didn't want Tua. When we drafted him, I was upset with it. I thought it was a mistake. I do recognize his skill set and the abilities he has over some other. I mean, we're seeing it firsthand, but over some other people in the league. I'm a fan of the Dolphins. Yes, I'm a fan of the players that are on this team because they're on this team. I will always be a fan of the team, but I'll be a fan of the players while they're here. But I'm not like you said, I'm not exclusive. And Tua, for me, his anticipation, I said it last night, his anticipation, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody with it quite as in football that does it quite as well. But at the end of the day, and I've said this forever, that's all he brings to the table. He's an injury risk. He's too small. Yes, Ali, the ability to get concussion. But what he does for the offense, it works because of his anticipation. But that's it. I mean,
and that's fair. And that's fair. I do got to point. I do got to address Jose Valdez. Says, Culler, don't forget we had Roach as a fan. So yeah, we do have some bandwagon fans. I'm not going to disagree that there's fair weather fans. That there are. But again, I could argue that Roach was never a fan if he was willing to switch teams like that. And he lives in Jacksonville. So, and he also did it in the off season where he made it clear that he was jumping ship. That's completely different than what this reporter's referring to. The reporters are talking about all the people that are saying the season's over, time to tank. That's the people he's talking to. And I even still disagree with that because those fans, along with myself, you, Capitan, all these people in chat, we built the bandwagon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the weather is never good in Miami. And even when it's good, it's still hot. I mean, the weather's never fair. You see what I'm saying? The weather for the team hasn't been fair for 35 years.
Let's get back to the presser.
Anyway, well, that was also to Carla, who says I'm the biggest fair weather fan of all.
Oh, I know. I see it.
She's just trying to.
She's killing me.
She's trying to get
Hey,
at me. That's Carla. You
I see
remember Carla,
Kari.
right?
I know. I was gonna say, I see Kari, I see Carla, I see Aqua, I see a bunch of people I used to see all the time. It's good to see them all here
They're
this
all
morning.
still around. They all been begging for you too. You know how many times people were like over the last year or two, people were like, "Where's that guy with the cowboy hat?" and blah blah blah. Where's Mike on the mic? You know what I mean? We just had to be like, "Yo,
Yeah.
he's doing good." As far as we know, I mean, we only know what we know, and there was no inside information to be had, so we just didn't know how to,
right.
hope the best for him.
I'm
and place is always here,
very honored. Very honored to be remembered. Very honored to have people that want to hear my opinion. So it's cool.
And we just assured them that we kept a room for you. Your place is your home is always here if you want it, and we'll see what happens. And here we are. We got Mike on the mic back, people. And we got Mike on the mic.
Hey,
on the screen.
We got 78 people watching, but only 42 likes. Come on, peeps.
Oh God, we're doing terrible. We need to, man. We've been doing so good lately. We blew through 100 likes yesterday, no problem. We need 49 more people.
Maybe,
hit the like button.
Maybe I need to refresh and see if it. No, we're at 51. So that's not bad.
And also, we've had 126 people vote in the poll so far. That means that over 70 people voted, but didn't take the time to hit the like button. So go ahead and hit the like button. It's actually easier than voting in the poll. And the poll question for today is: do you believe this? Do you believe this team can actually contend this season? 22% say yes, 60% say no out of 127 voted, and 17% there's never been a Super Bowl window. So you're looking
I'm gonna change.
At 78% of our audience thinks that we are not a.
Well, and I mean I wouldn't disagree with this the majority at all. I did vote yes, but I really only did it because I was the first vote and I wanted to set the tone. But
as Carla pointed out, I'm a honk, so I voted yes.
So I think let's finish the presser because I do have something that I think that we're drastically missing, and I'll talk about it after the presser.
Sure thing. And it looks like we got Ali popping in too. Let me know if you need me to bring you up, Ali. I think he still has controls.
Next for this team.
No, I guess it didn't hit me with surprise. I think people invest and have to go and believe in a team that has bottom line the droughts that this organization has incurred. I don't take that lightly. So I would be dishonest if I told you that I didn't expect that. The worst part about all of that is you have people that I can relate where weeks are ruined with losses, and the worst part about it is that you don't have any control. So that's not a fun place to be in. I know sporting events where I'm rooting for a team and I'm not coaching in it. I get much more angry when there's failure than when I'm coaching and I can actually problem solve something. So it's to be expected. This is the big leagues. I don't to feel entitled to blind support. I think that's not my cup of tea. So I think
I love what he says here. I really do. I believe the words. You know what I mean? I agree with the words. And I really appreciate that he said it. I even appreciate that he said those words. I'm just not convinced that he believes them.
That's fair.
You know, he's pulling me back, Mike. Sure, he's pulling me back from the cliff with statements like that, because it's at least appreciated that he recognizes that they're not entitled to our fandom.
Yeah.
They're not entitled to our cheers, and I really wish he would tell Allie that.
One, I don't believe him, and we know coaches speak through their teeth, and I think he knows he's lying when he says it too. Just gonna be honest about it. I don't believe anything.
Well, he did mention, and kind of, I would say, smelled his own stink a little bit when he said that, look, I as a fan am different than I as a coach. When I'm like, he went to Panthers games, he goes to Heat games, you know what I mean? And so he's saying that I as a fan, when I'm not in control, it's much more aggravating than when I have the ability to try to do something about it. So on the sideline, he's not going to sit there and act all aggravated as if he would if he was the guy sitting in the seat behind him.
Yep.
You know, and
that
might get confused. That might get confused by the fans a little bit, as if his heart's not in it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Let me just give you this stance, and I apologize, Mike. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good, Bubba.
Maybe he needs to, though. Maybe he needs to show passion. Maybe he needs to start yelling, and maybe he'll get through to the team to help them execute better. Everybody says that the only thing that was holding us back from winning on Monday night was the execution. We did not execute. Well, maybe he needs to start yelling like Tyreek was. Maybe he needs to not be afraid to go up to Tyreek or Waddle and say, catch the fucking ball. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear this.
So
I don't quickly shout out to new member. Shout out to the new member, Jersey Dolphins. We appreciate you becoming a member.
Fans.
Everybody follow Jersey Dolphins example, and you will have all the cool emojis that he does now. Appreciate you, Jersey Dolphins.
So you talk about that. You talk about showing the passion, and I 100% relate to that because, but like I worked with kids, I worked with sped kids. You have to be pushed past a certain point when you have worked so hard on maintaining your balance in life, and maybe that was the point this past game. We don't know. But what I saw on the sideline was a guy that was doing everything he could not to explode. And maybe that, and I don't disagree. Maybe that's what this team needs. But I do think it has to come from the right person. And he is that guy to where if he does get pushed to the point of blowing up and exploding, I do think it means something because it doesn't happen. And so, yeah, I think you're right. He does need to get on their ass. But that comes back to Mike. Hang on. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to point out that you said that you think you think he's that guy that will get to that point. You know what I mean? And I don't think maybe we're not sure yet. You might be convinced, and that's okay because everybody's level of evidence is different as to what convinces them. But I'm thinking that that's what Ross is waiting to see himself when I put out the idea that you've got these 3 games, bro. Show me what you are without Tua as a coach.
Yep.
Show me you can get these guys to play respectably.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Look,
you're 100%.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Go
my
ahead.
point
No,
is,
go ahead, Ali.
I think Mike McDaniel needs to stop. He needs to start yelling and stop crying. You hear all the time, all these interviews. Oh, he was crying in the thing. You know what? Fuck crying. All right. It's obviously not working. Get angry. Show me that you have that wheelbarrow of balls that everybody says that you have. Right. Go get that back. Go get your mojo back because you fucking lost it, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You need to start yelling because the other way isn't working. And Nene says he's not going to change the game plan. You're absolutely fucking right. Because we're not changing the game plan, it is the insane. He is insane. This is the definition
Yep.
of insanity.
And
Of
not
doing
the
the same thing
system,
over and over
not the
again.
system,
Yep.
just the game plan.
Yep. Yep.
It doesn't.
So Nene, and I want to
Color. It doesn't have to be the system. It can be the game plan. It can be
Well,
certain
I
plays.
contend that
But
it won't
doing
be the
same
system, is
play
what I'm saying.
over and over again. That is insane, bro. Who does that?
So
I've seen
Right.
I got two things.
coach better than that or call plays better than that.
I got
All right, go ahead, Mike.
guys,
Jump in.
and I've got two. I've got two things. The first one is on Nene's topic, and I mentioned it last night. You got to change. You can't be too stubborn or prideful to change your coaching, your game plan for the personnel that you have. When you lose the guy, you have to adapt. That makes a good coach. If you can't adapt, you don't deserve to be a head coach. And right now, he's showing that he doesn't want to adapt, or he can't. He just doesn't know how. And so that's a huge thing. But the second thing is,
Well, you may get an answer to that coming up shortly, Mike, because he does allude to some of the things you're referring to. Go ahead.
well, and then the second thing I want to say is somebody hang on a second. The accountability part. And I think that was Greg Sousa. That's what I was talking about last night. Anthony Weaver comes from an organization of accountability. Baltimore, 100%. They and guys like Mike Tomlin, guys like Bill Belichick, the guys that are cut from that cloth, they 100% are that's their thing. And so when you have a team that lacks the discipline that we have, that we show that we don't have the discipline, Andrew Bailey, why you got to be so mean, man? But I don't understand why you can't. He just doesn't hold the offense accountable. You see it on the defense; they are 100%. I don't know. That's the best part of our team right now. But I think it comes down to Anthony Weaver, and that's what he does. He holds all of them accountable.
Right.
He probably does get in their ass. So it
now
is
again, I still think I'm kind of following in line with Ross at the moment. If my idea about what Ross is doing is right, then I'm falling in line with him, because Mike McDaniel still does have an honest chance to prove that worth. You know what I mean? So, because look, we all sit here and talk about what this offense looks like with Tua. McDaniel was brought in to fix Tua. We talked about it last night. You could argue that's what he did, right? And so he's proven that. So Ross is looking at it like, we have an injury-prone quarterback. You know, that's just bottom line. Even before the season started, even before he signed the new extension, Ross is like, look, we've got an injury-prone quarterback. Okay, I know what you can do with Tua. We all know what you can do with Tua. Ross agrees with the Tuaneers. Look at this offense with Tua. But Tua is injury-prone. I'm a billionaire. I need to plan for contingencies, right? So what I need to know is, what are you, Mike McDaniel, without Tua? What are you as a coach? Because Tua, I'm trying to find a coach. I'm trying to find the next Don Shula. Okay? I'm trying to find a coach that's going to be here for 20 years. Okay? Tua's not going to be here in 20 years. Even if he became Patrick Mahomes, Dan Marino only had a 17-year season, a career. The point I'm trying to make is, if Ross is really trying to find this long-term coach, then he has to know what this coach can be overall as a whole. That when things go south and the star quarterback ain't there, can our fans reasonably expect that our season is held together for a minute? You know what I mean? Or is it always over the second one bad thing happens? That's what Ross is trying to figure out. We know what he is with Tua. So if Mike McDaniel were to be fired next week in a loss to the Patriots, you could argue, okay, forget Tua at that point. We don't have a coach that can just put together a winner. You're not anything if you don't have that coach, bro. Tua was never going to be anything unless Mike McDaniel can prove his worth beyond Tua. You know, so I'm at this point now where I'm like right along with Ross, like, you know, and I'd be more probably willing to pull the trigger Monday morning in a loss than Ross is. But people could understand why I'm coming from the point I am. I'm not just putting out there, oh, Ross will fire Mike McDaniel just because I want to, you know, get clicks and be controversial. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about life and death here. We're talking about life issues here. This is beyond the football on the field. You know what I mean? Because we've been in such a bad way for so long as an organization that this has to be done. Regardless of whether it means we burn another season or not, regardless of all of that, it has to end at some point. And if Mike McDaniel ain't that guy, then it doesn't matter what we do the rest of the season. It doesn't matter if Tua
100%.
comes back. It doesn't matter what happens next year. And so at that point, there's no reason to waste time. And that's why I believe that the middle of the season firing is still on the table. You know, real quick, if I don't, I'm gonna move on with the presser if you don't have anything in response to that. But I do need to point out Jersey Dolphin, after becoming the newest member, also utilized the gifting feature, and we really appreciate that. Has gifted one membership to somebody else. If you've got your chat up, Mike, it doesn't show up in StreamYard.
No, you're good.
Do you happen to know who received the free membership? It should tell you in your YouTube chat. Oh, look at that. Right when I asked the question, he froze. Oh, Mudbone. Greg says Mudbone. All right. Well, cool. That's really cool. I'm glad Mudbone's a member now. Welcome to the fold, Mudbone. Oh, we got you back.
I know it's already gone past, though. There's been a whole lot of comments.
Yeah. Greg got me. He said it was Mudbone.
Yeah.
Mudbone deserves it.
Yeah, no,
you done good. You done good, Jersey Dolphins. Mudbone deserves it. Now this guy.
The membership.
This guy, I'm not so sure deserved a membership, but he didn't even want it. This guy actually asked us if there was a way he could refuse the gifted membership. You believe this guy? And he's a Seminoles fan, Mike.
Yeah, I see that. That's a tough life. My brother-in-law is a Seminoles fan.
I mean, do better, CB83. Do better. But we appreciate CB83, our top member, the number one member of the Fins Tailgate. And I want everybody to shout it off the rooftops that CB83 is, in fact, a subscribing, paying member of the Fins Tailgate. Thank you, CB83. Anyway, let's get on with Mike here. Let's see.
You have to go to work, problem solve, and try to fix things as best you can. And I don't think we're necessarily
stay the course is what he's saying.
And you know, I think people believe when you give them reason.
I'm sure you can do anything else at this point.
If people jump off the bandwagon, that's you know, I'm not really villainizing the people that are jumping off the bandwagon. It's more you know, we gave them reason to. So that
well, McD he continues to use the bandwagon verbiage just because it's colloquial. But him and I might need to have a discussion one day about this bandwagon thing. You know what I mean? Nobody's jumping off the bandwagon. Yes, we do deserve to. You deserve us to jump off the bandwagon, but we're not. Mike, I called for a 10-year contract for this guy coming in the building. Nobody was I wasn't a fan, but what I'm a fan of is stopping the revolving door. So I know I've been pretty harsh on him the last week or two, calling for firing and all that. I'm not calling for his firing. I want him to work out. I am absolutely sick of the revolving door, bro. And at this point, I wouldn't even, you know, especially based, you'll hear the rest of it, but based on this presser, I wouldn't even be Like, yo, the Band-Aid's got to be ripped off. And if Mike McDaniel is the one that's finally identified it and created this whole ruse just to let us down slowly so we can actually get what needs to be done and he can get what needs to be done going forward in the next couple seasons to build us a winner of his choosing, then I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. But quit blowing sunshine up my ass, please. You know what I mean? If you keep blowing sunshine up my ass, you're going to push me off the cliff and you're going to force me to advocate for your firing. It's not something I want to do. I actually rather like the guy. He's kind of brainy. Everybody knows me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's way more hip than I am. I'm kind of jealous too. But whatever, you know what I mean? It's like,
hey, what's up, AB?
He has a chance to be a really good head coach. And it's like, we all knew he was young. I don't know why everybody ever thought we were in a window. And now because he's closed the window, it's all his fault. The young guy no, we got to get back to giving those excuses. This is a young head coach. It's only his 4th season. You know what? I don't know. What was Shula doing his first couple years? I know that's a bad question because I'll probably get burned on that. But
well, he took a losing team to the Super Bowl the first year. He took a team that lost
the first year.
They had a losing season the year before he got there.
He came to us in when? 69, right?
I don't remember when he got here. I just know that he Shula took a team that was crappy, and I'm pretty sure he went to the
in less than 4 seasons.
Year,
so fair enough, right? In less than 4 seasons, fair enough. Although you could say there wasn't near the parity in the NFL back then as there is now. So 4 years, man,
Agreed.
You got to up that to like, this is why I called for the 10-year contract for him coming in. In other words, put it out of our minds so we don't have to argue whether he's a good coach or not. So we don't have to complain about these pressers. And we don't have to go, oh, is he going to be fired? No, you bring him in, you give him 10 years. That way by year 6, you can start to evaluate whether he's even a good play caller. You know? Because if you don't have your team in set and guys you trust and guys that don't get injured and all that stuff, if you don't have that set by year 6, you know what I mean? Then there is no excuse.
See, my only problem with that thought is the guy down in Houston. I forgot his name now. The coach down in Houston, what he did last year.
Right.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans. He came in immediately changed that, and because that organization was the trash organization.
I get that, but that's like saying that we should move off our quarterback because he's not Tom Brady.
No, I don't want to move off McDaniel.
What I mean is sometimes there's just really exceptional people and groups that get put together that it happens quicker. You know what I mean?
Yep. Agreed.
Look at Brock Purdy, for example.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just have exceptional
I was interested
people.
to see this year with him.
You know,
go ahead and put the hit play.
And again, I should just quit babbling and let it go. Let the presser go, because you're actually going to hear a lot of what our concerns kind of be addressed.
That's to be expected. I don't think people pay what they pay to go to the Hard Rock Stadium to watch us lose. So
you got that right.
Whatever.
No, we go there for the Shula burger, Mike.
You know, our game day failure. We deserve.
I'll interrupt him for the less important stuff, just so you know. I won't pause it.
Well, I think there's, the answers aren't somewhere in a different orbit. The answers are in-house in terms of, there's some very concrete, direct conversations that need to be had.
There are.
You guys won't. I think it's fair.
The question is, Mike, are you willing to have them? Now, and by the way, Mike, it's really confusing because I'm addressing Mike directly because I'm roasting him. I don't mean to make you think I'm addressing you. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
In
no,
case you haven't,
definitely.
I'm
You're good.
sure you figured that out by now.
Yeah.
For me to want to keep those in house, considering just the way that I don't believe the press conferences and the media is where to air out your dirty laundry. However, there's across the board from
So he's admitting that it's dirty. He's admitting that the laundry is dirty there. You see how he spins himself into actually giving information up? So he says we've got to have tough conversations in house. I'm not going to air the nature of those conversations because I'm not going to air our dirty laundry. So you just admitted it's dirty, which means it's either with you and the players or it's with you and the organization or both.
Yeah.
Coaching to execution of plays. The bottom line is we have to to play winning football. You have to have 11 people executing their jobs in a tied together fashion, and it's not happening. So
well said.
You don't.
Now, while that's an excuse for his play calling and things not working, that's not an excuse because it's your job to have them motivated and prepared and executing all 11 guys on the same page. So that still falls on coaching. Although I do agree that the players have to do their job, and it does come down to the players have to play.
Absolve yourself of responsibility in the least. You really force yourself to have a hard look at everything you're doing, and then once you assess that, you have to, and the team wants to know, while they're playing, they just know the results aren't there. They're responsible for their jobs, but the team wants to know why we're not, where our failures are coming from. So you have to get
right. So the team wants to know in real time who's not executing out of those 11 guys. And if we all think we're executing, then what are you doing, Mike, to analyze and assess who is not? Because I feel like I'm executing. So it ain't on me. So all 11 guys are going to walk away and say, it ain't on me. It's up to this guy to tell them who it's on. To their face if you're that person. You know what I mean? Waddle.
Ready for the the conversations that may be hard in the moment, but you owe it to the football team and to everyone involved to be very, very direct, because the bottom line is we have things that we are preparing and have reasons by way of what's in front of us by the practice tape. We feel certain ways going into a game, and then we're not getting those results through execution. So I think it's not as easy as do something different, but you do have to do some things different because clearly there's a gap in preparation and game day execution. So no shorthand way to do that. You have to diligently look at each and every responsibility and what you're doing well, what you're not doing well, and hit it right between the eyes.
See, this is how he's bringing me back, Mike, because everything he said there is spot the frick on, man.
100%.
You know what I mean?
We were just talking about it before we watched it.
I mean, here's the thing, and I don't know if he's already said it, so I'm going to go ahead and give my take. He may repeat, and you may end up seeing where I got this take at, but this could be why we're seeing the same play over and over again, because what he's actually doing, what we're not realizing is, and partly their fault for the platitudes and the propaganda about being in a window, what we're seeing here is him actually coaching. When we're running the same jet sweep and the same toss sweep and the same West Coast, East-West play over and over and over again, when we could just send Jalen right up the middle for the first down, what he's doing there is actually coaching on the field.
Yeah. Come here.
Yo, we are not executing. In case you didn't notice the scoreboard, we are not executing. So guess what I'm going to do? Guess what we're going to do? We're going to run this play until we get a goddamn first down out of it. He's coaching. And that's quite encouraging. I just wish we wouldn't have been fed the platitudes for 3 years. You know? And that may have backfired on the organization. And they may end up having to throw him under the bus for it. And this is why I wanted the 10-year contract. Because now I'm forced to say, sorry, Mike, you set the tone. And it was completely tone deaf. Because a lot of us fans would have accepted what's going on right now had it been clear that that's the path we're on. Remember, trust the process. Well, why don't they be honest about what the process is? And then maybe we can trust it.
Outside, I don't really know how else to describe it. Do you feel like the team players were prepared to execute that last night?
I think it's right here.
So that was our first live action of it. It's a new rule this year. You have a landing
this is
zone,
about the rule.
and generally, just like all punts, all field goals, you're trying to be accurate when you're kicking a football from your foot. And there's the target zone is small. It's a difficult kick to hit, but it's also very difficult. It's a higher percentage theoretically to get the ball back on a what is onsides are typically like at 4% conversion rate anyway. So it's not something that guys we were just out there seeing what would happen. This is something that's coordinated and something that we've worked on. But unfortunately, when with the lights on, we didn't execute. So that's you're never shying
he's
away
referring
from,
to the play, the debacle that
trying
got
to
us a
do whatever you have to do to win the game. We thought
penalty
that
and
gave us
all
the
that.
best chance, and clearly on that rep we were mistaken. You have to you try to avoid onside situations for the reason of it being low percentage, but then you're trying to give yourself the best chance to win, and we felt good about that going into the game, and have to clean that up as well.
Are Tua and Armstead and Fuller, any of them out of protocol, or all of them still in protocol?
I think Fuller and Armstead are doing better. I'm anticipating tomorrow to get an uptick in participation and in hopes of getting cleared this week. And quite honestly, where Tua's at in his protocol, I think it's important for me that we did right by him from a health perspective and for the
His
organization
protocol.
So before the bye week, I hadn't planned on checking in on that process at all, considering he's
wow.
on IR, but he's doing well and very active. We'll know more after the bye week.
What about the NFL's protocol?
Was at least dressed last night. Are you hoping that you might have him for the New England game? Or are you going with Tyler for sure? Where do you stand?
As it stands right now, the injury that he sustained it's been kind of laborsome.
Here's the news, ladies and gentlemen.
We're planning on going with Tyler, I think after reviewing the tape, there's reasons for guys to be excited about that because there's while the output wasn't nearly what we wanted offensively, there was some things to build upon that we'll keep working through.
That's coach speak for we looked at the tape and realized it wasn't Huntley's fault all night. That he has his own issues and he missed some throws that you could chalk up to him being in the building for 9 days. But when it comes down to it, he saw plenty that we're like, okay, we can make these adjustments, and all of a sudden these issues aren't happening. And in other words, just like Waddle said, and he's going to say it in a minute, you got to step it up that much more when the backup's in, when a guy that's just fresh in the building is in. Now, he's not fresh in the building this week. And when you really look at the tape, sure, there's plenty of things that Huntley wasn't ready for. Okay, we can admit that. But when you talk about assigning the trash label right away, you know what I mean? Not at all. Huntley did plenty of things.
I thought he was a great.
Yeah, and Huntley had no hope on a lot of plays. because of not offensive line. We actually did pretty well, but because of the receivers. And it's one of the things that Kurt Warner tape points out that I think is really important for people to go watch, because it's not all that bad, really. You know, it really isn't. It's just, it's going to be up to this guy right here, Mike, one more week in a row.
Yeah.
What are you worth, McDaniel? You know what I mean? Can you get us a dub, please?
Hey, if we lose this week, I don't know how he survives.
Agreed. Now you see. Now you're starting to feel where I'm at. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm ready to go full boat, run into a brick wall for this dude. But this is it. He has to be able to get us a dub here, bro.
Yep.
You have to be able to look at the film from last week, make the adjustments for Huntley exclusively. Even if you got to do an extra wiggle here or there, Waddle, that's what you got to do. Okay. So it's really up to that guy right there, man, to get us a dub. And we desperately need it, because I do not see us coming back from 1-5 or 1-4. You know what I mean? Not this guy.
Yeah. Yep.
Flores did it, but not this guy. Because
Yeah.
you may look at it as only 1-3 right now, but we're actually 2-6 in our last 7 ball games.
Oh yeah.
That's not much different than what when we talk about war in baseball, Mike. That's one game. War.
Yep.
From what Flores did with his 1-7 run.
Yep. Wins above replacement.
Flores turned that around and won like 8 games in a row. We'll see what this guy can do, man. That's just all there is to it. Yes, it is on the coach in a lot of ways. The players are going to make their adjustments. I believe that the players didn't quit the other night. I thought they did at first, but I don't think they quit like on the whole thing, but I think they quit on the idea of going that extra mile to give Huntley some hope. And I think that
these people in the
I
chat,
don't know. I think that's going to change this week, man.
Hey, these people in the chat thinking that we don't have a chance to beat New England, they serious?
Yeah, they're serious, and I don't blame them.
Huh.
You know, we're underdogs right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get it. I think New England's worse, but
Of course, and that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that even though it's about the players, and I agree wholeheartedly, I've been the biggest one to say the players got to play. But I think the players are on their way to playing for Huntley.
Yeah.
You know, they requested a full padded practice this week. You know what I mean? They don't want to be unready this week themselves.
Yeah.
And that shows me a little something. So it really boils down to this man right here on the screen, dude.
Yeah. So, and Jersey, real quick, and Fontaine, that would be incredible if they beat us by 60, because that means they finally found a quarterback. But
right.
Jersey,
and it would also break our dam and make things a lot more clear for us, which would be, it would suck, but 100%. At least it would be refreshing to know where we're at. You know what I mean?
And Jersey, I am eager to see what the players, the body language, the everything, and just how the team looks in that first couple plays, whether it's on offense or defense. I think Weaver will have the defense ready, but definitely on offense and just the morale. I'm definitely eager to see.
And after all that's happened with quarterback in Miami over the last couple of seasons with McDaniel and with Flores, you cannot lose to a team that is helmed by Jacoby Brissett. You just can't.
Yep.
The optics are so out the window on that, Mike. You cannot lose to this team.
Yep. I agree.
This would be just like losing in London when Ross was sitting there with his billionaire friends. You're not going to survive the plane ride home.
Yep.
Figuratively speaking, of course. Then again, you never know with these billionaires.
And excited to do that tomorrow.
I want to get an update on Isaiah Wynn, and then also Hoyer left the game with believe it was a shake
All right.
injury, and where's his
Yeah,
status?
we'll go up to 2-speed for that.
Okay, so same story. Nothing to report on Isaiah Wynn. Besides the fact that he's diligently working, and Poyer, that we'll find out more in the next coming days. I wouldn't.
We'll find out
rule
more
him
next
for
couple
anything
days.
for
That's
this
the
game.
standard
There's
answer
a-
for every
he's a-
injury
he's a warrior
question.
that I know will play through anything that he's able to play through. So we'll give his body a little time, and he'll be diligently in the training room trying to be a part of this New England game.
Another word special teams play after the block punt or deflected punt that Duke Riley, he touched it before the player did. What was the conversation on the sideline with him after that? Do you think he had to go grab it because of the deflection?
No, I think you don't need to go any further than live speed. You could see his teammates were eagerly trying to figure out what was going on. It's a bang bang play, and we have verbal communication for guys to stay away from the football in that situation if it goes past the line of scrimmage.
The question was about the Duke Riley potential debacle.
On a partial block, it's no different than a shanked punt. So, I think that was something that was uncharacteristic. But things like that happen in football games. The bottom line is the number one thing, relative to winning and losing is preventing or creating turnovers, takeaways, those types of things. And that was a misstep for Duke. That's generally very, very, very reliable in those phases. So it was unfortunate that we even made it close, and another opportunity to re-emphasize all of those things to
details. That's what he's talking about. The details.
Defense, offense. You just need to be aware of
the details matter in the NFL.
Like at any point over the past couple of weeks, has it felt like this offense is being run by players it wasn't built for? Like it seems like it was tailored around to a specific skill set. Has it ever felt like maybe Skyler and Tyler need a little bit of adjustment to it?
It just feels like offense that's not good enough. Generally, and whether that's coaching or playing, we're all in it together. So it's a bottom line business. I think there's strengths and weaknesses that everybody provides, but realistically, we from my history within the offense, my entire coaching career, there's tools and mechanisms that allow it to adjust, and really it doesn't even half the time you could even say the plays don't matter what I call until we have 11 people executing something in one direction. So
that was the part right there, Mike, that I was talking about.
Yeah.
He's coaching.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
Yep.
Get out there and run it again. We're never going to win, even with Tua, if you guys ain't executing. This has got to stop now. Get out there and run it again. I mean, that,
I think there's perfectly capable players to do the things that we're asking to do. Going into the game, we all feel very good about it. We're not getting that on game day. So, I wouldn't say that it's not tailored to, when you have injuries, when you have adjustments in the lineup, people have to step up and if they're executing their jobs at 90%, generally it needs to be 95, 98. And we're not getting that right now. So there's the bottom.
In other words, I'm not changing the system.
Yeah.
And by the way, in case anybody didn't know, they hadn't had it updated for the first couple games of the season. But now Pro Football Reference profile page for the 2024 Miami Dolphins does have us listed offensive scheme West Coast. So Mike McDaniel literally had to report that to them. He's not playing games, people. This is what he wants to do. And the team needs to execute, no matter who is playing quarterback. This is not Tua's system. It's a system that helps a coach bring the best out of every player, including the quarterback. I would love to see Brock Purdy on a different team to know exactly what he is. No shade on him. No shade, no more shade on Brock Purdy as there is on Joe Montana, because Joe Montana is the same guy. It wasn't created in San Francisco. It was created in Cincinnati, but it was perfected in the 90s by Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, and the coach, Bill Walsh. We don't have a special system that only Tua can run. We have a system that falls apart because the players don't want to execute for anybody but Tua. They don't want to give that extra that he's talking about when your quarterback's injured. Yes, Tua's better than the backups. Of course he is. But that doesn't give the players an excuse to only go 90% like they do with Tua. It doesn't give them an excuse to go 90% with Tua. They should be going 95, 98% with Tua. And guess what happens when they do that? Do you know, Mike? What happens when the team goes 98% with Tua? Denver happens.
Yeah, we win, and we win by a lot.
70 points happen. Now, obviously, early in the year, if that was a better Denver team, what are we talking? 50 points? I'll take it. So I understand why people say they need Tua. But that's only their perception. Because to get 30 points, you only need this team and Tyler Huntley. That's the point. Likewise, when you're not executing, okay, you get 7 points from Tua, a la Kansas City, a la Buffalo, a la Jacksonville. But without Tua, you get 3 points. Yeah, y'all are correct about that.
Or no
you
touchdowns
all are totally
in 4
correct
quarters
about
or
that.
something like that.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I said, or you get no touchdowns in 4 quarters or something like that. I don't remember what it was.
Right. You guys are completely correct about that. But with Tua, you get 7 touchdowns in 6 games.
Yeah.
Lately.
Yeah. Oh, I don't disagree.
I stress lately because, again, if the team is executing 95, 98% for Tua, there's nobody in this league that can beat us. Nobody. Not even the Kansas City Chiefs. And I firmly believe that. Call me a fan, call me a homer. Part of it's homer. Yeah, I get it. But it's the principle of what I've been trying to say since I've been on this network. Since McDaniel's been here. It's what he's trying to do. But in this microwave society, I hate to use the cliche. You know what I mean?
Hey,
it
Nene in the chat. Yeah, we played a backup QB, but he was better than their starter, in my opinion. Anyways.
Right. I mean, you still have to execute. And look, Tua put up, 35 that day? We still scored another, 40. You know what I mean? Like, with our
Yeah.
backups in that game. So everybody was executing. The funny thing is, we kept rolling on Denver when they took Tua out of the game and took half the
Yeah.
starters out of the game. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, and what he's saying is true. He shouldn't have to change a damn thing.
Yeah.
Now, I'd argue there's only so many games in a season, Mike. You still have to kind of just call something to get the game won and then play those games with your
Yeah.
team. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if it's 3rd and 1 and you're trying to prove a point to your team, no, just send Jalen right up the middle, get the damn first down, then go back to running your freaking screens.
Yeah.
That's the part he's missing. That's the part where I will fault him for, that makes me want to jump off a cliff with the guy.
Yeah.
Line is that it's definitely not one person, and there's a lot of things that are going on in the pass game that have to do with our line of scrimmage, or a lot of things on the line of scrimmage that have to do with the receivers and the eligibles getting open and the timing of the play. So collectively, we just need to do
Exactly what Kurt Warner said.
Knowing that
We trust Kurt Warner as gospel when he's praising Tua. Kurt Warner said the exact same, showed in a play, illustrated what Mike McDaniel's talking about.
Yeah.
So it's not all lost, people. It really isn't. It really is going to be up to that guy right there. And my freeze game today is on point. Look at that. It is up to this guy right here.
That's funny.
To get it fixed, because I think he's only got one more game, considering we have a bye week coming up and an opportunity to make a change. And I believe that billionaire in that helicopter will make that change. You know, and again, not less than 1% chance that it looks ugly as hell and we still win and he still gets fired. We need to kick the Patriots' ass this week. Just bottom line. We need to absolutely whoop the ever-loving dog shit out of the Patriots for this guy to save his job.
If we don't, 100%, and if we don't, you got to, I don't know, the odds of getting the number 1 pick have gone way up, but I don't know. I don't even think that works this year because I don't like any of the QBs yet. Maybe one of them will change my mind.
Yeah, well, there is the tanking conversation, but I'm trying to avoid it. And it's like, because I'm not, me from the first day we met, I don't believe in tanking at all.
Oh,
I'm against.
I agree.
I would have the debate. I would have the debate with somebody as a general debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But today ain't the day for that. Obviously.
Well, I think if Tua, if he's not medically cleared to play, it's got to be a serious conversation. Are we going after a quarterback in free agency, or are they going to try and draft one? And at this point, we're not going to have to fight for a top 10 pick. If we lose,
that's the other thing. Like, you made a great point about the draft class coming up. I'm not convinced yet that draft class is any better potentially than the 1 or 2 year guys that have now shown that they've had a real resurgence.
Yeah, and Cam Ward for sure. What's up? Salute, EM.
In other words, there's going to be a lot of options in free agency next year that could potentially be better than all the options on the draft board.
Hang on, and let me address Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward. Go watch them. Their throwing slot, where they throw the ball from, does not work in the NFL. It killed Vince Young. It kills a lot of quarterbacks because they got that 3-quarter delivery, and Cam Ward does a lot of sidearm. I think they've got great mobility, but I don't think they're going to be successful in the NFL. Not for a top 5 pick. There's just not really many. There's a couple quarterbacks.
Greg is heading up taking the title as the number 1 Shedeur Sanders fan in the community.
Yeah, I don't like him either. I think he's got, I think, I don't know. I'll get into that on a different show when we do some college talk, because I've got a lot of problems with how they're not developing quarterbacks at all anymore in college, and it's driving me nuts.
I got you. Then that's another great thing. We may in fact, be able to bring that to the table on Saturdays, depending on this man's level of energy.
Yeah.
So That's cool. That's
For
cool.
sure.
But as far as tanking, like I just don't believe in it as a philosophy. Like I don't think that. I think there are
Yeah.
other ways. And again, especially since look, if Mike McDaniel proves out his worth in the next week, well, couple weeks, however many it is, with backups, that's the whole point here. If he can prove that
Yeah.
worth, then we're not in that pickle. We can bring
Yep.
Tua back if he collapses and we ruin our draft position and our season at the same time by winning 9 games. Okay. That's fine because I really believe,
Yep.
especially if he's now proven his worth, that ups the value of all the potential free agents next year. You see what I'm saying? Just
Yeah.
like,
Oh, I
just
agree.
like, just like Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold and all these guys have already upped their value without being with a guy like Mike McDaniel. So again, it's
Yep.
the part of what is Mike McDaniel. Because if he doesn't prove his worth, then yeah, you would say, okay, I don't trust anybody to go with a free agent next year, in which case our only choice is to draft and tank.
Yeah. Nay, you ain't wrong. Disorganized and soft. I mean, but 100%, I echo that.
But as far as what we still have left on the table and the meat we still have on the bone, I can't fall into that group that thinks we're already in tank mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Hey, go
I
ahead and do
just
these last
can't
3
yet.
minutes. I gotta bounce here in a minute.
Right on, man. Right on, man. Let me get through it here.
If the alternative happened, if a player gotten hurt in the preseason or training camp, we would have been howling, why did you put him at risk? But do you feel like this team could have benefited more from practice, more time together in preseason games?
Oh, this is about
Yeah, I mean,
preseason in general.
everything that we wasn't the case. You know, you're factoring those things in. I think that you know, you do the best that you can with the hand dealt, and you know, when you have, if you are unable to participate in a group activity for whatever reason, there needs to be an uptick in urgency in every single rep that you do thereafter. So you know, I know there's a lot of teams that are going through things that are similar to us, and you know, there's a lot of teams that are able to execute at a higher degree. So that's I don't spend much time in hindsight. There's very calculated everything that we tried to do, adjusting to whatever scenario that's presented to us. And you know, we're professional football players and coaches, and so it's our job to put forth a better product. And if you're grasping at straws to figure out why it's okay, that's not the answer. The answer is to diligently really maximize accountability across the board and collectively come up with a solution.
In other words, pull your
hell, that's
pants
everything
up,
we've been talking
pull
about.
your pants up, buckle your belt buckle, and get to freaking work.
Yep.
You know, no excuses.
No, I like that
See what I'm
close.
saying, bro? He's like pulling me back off the cliff, bro. Like I really like that.
Yeah.
Can he live it? You know what I mean? Can they
Yeah.
live it? Like the rest of the teams he mentioned are living it. Green Bay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With Malik last week, and some of these other teams that are just rolling right through, even though we got a backup, no problem. That is the
Yeah.
nature of the West Coast. I wanted to point out one more thing before, you know, I know you got very little time left.
No, yeah, you good,
I made mention during the off season. I suggested to look for it, and I had asked in camp, and people had said that it looked like we were still running a 3-4. Because based on what I had learned about Anthony Weaver's employment history, I thought maybe we would be switching over and he'd be bringing a 4-3 here. And we kind of did a little deeper dive in it, and it looked like, no, the coaches he'd been under had kind of run a 3-4, this and that. But I know that what they were doing in Texas, in Houston, was more of a 4-3, this and that. But I just looked it up this morning, and as I said, the Pro Football Reference website is updated, and the Miami Dolphins are listed, in fact, as having a 4-3 defensive scheme this year. So officially, that's what we are running.
Yeah.
Despite what form that takes on the field and what it may look like. So,
For
I mean,
sure.
I
Well, hey, man,
personally am happy with that.
yeah, I got to bounce, but dude, it was a pleasure. I'll be back. I'll try
Oh,
and get on tomorrow
appreciate your
morning.
time
Everybody
today,
in the
man.
chat.
Much more
Yeah,
time than I could have expected, and I really do appreciate it, man. So, again, you and I just got to
yeah,
get together and for an hour or two and really discuss going forward what we're going to bring to these people every morning. As you can
for
see,
sure. And
guys, Mike, give him a hand, give him a shout out, hit the like button for him. You know, this guy's the real deal. And that's why part of why TFTG is strong as it is today is because of what we were able to milk out of him back when he used to be here. Just
yeah, dude,
kidding,
I'm
Mike.
so stoked. No, you good, Bubba, and I'm super happy to see everybody on the salute, Greg and EM, Nene. I'm excited to interact with you more going forward, and
Absolutely.
we're gonna have to get CB back on the. I don't go back and clip that episode where I finally got him up on the panel to talk with me. But
Who was that?
y'all have a great day.
Who you who,
CB83 is
Oh,
back.
CB83 has his own channel now, bro. He does his own
Oh, that's
shows.
awesome. Well, good luck to everybody today.
Thanks, Mike.
Have a wonderful afternoon, and I'll see y'all later.
Right on, man. The great Mike on the mic, ladies and gentlemen. He is back. And there will be times because you know me. I miss shows. I fail you all sometimes. It just is the way it is. I deal with certain health issues. I go to games. I mean, I do a lot of shows and appearances on the tailgate and on other time frames. And let's just say, sometimes I miss shows. I fail y'all. But Mike's going to make sure that we're here every single morning for the most part. Obviously, there are sometimes things happen. But between the both of us, you're going to see both of us most days. You're going to see me as much as I can do it because it's my show, obviously. And you're going to see Mike sometimes without me. And that's the great thing. We're going to be here for you. Mike's going to be here for you. I'll be here for you. We're going to have content every morning, at least from 10 o'clock to noon, if not more. More panels for Monday morning. Mike actually loves interacting with you, with everybody. So he actually has all the calories needed for the panels we do around here. We may break it up, and of course, Mike is gifted enough to have, do his own thing. He's going to be bringing all kinds of content to the tailgate besides just this morning show. And, the college football stuff, all of it. He talks it all. The guy eats, breathes, and sleeps sports. Every one of them. He'll talk to you about curling if you want. So everybody hit the like button. We're doing great. We're nearing the 3-hour mark. We got 70 likes. We need 30 more. I'm not going to end this show till we get 100 likes. Just all there is to it. Current poll results. Do you believe this team can actually contend this season? 162 of you have voted. That's twice as many likes as we have. You got to hit the like button. It's the easiest, most free way to support the channel. And it'll get many more people in here to chat with you. 23% now have said yes, we can actually contend this season. 60% have said no, and 17% think that we've never been in a Super Bowl window. So that would mean that 77% of the 163 now voted think that the Dolphins are finished this year. And hey, I'm not going to say it's not with good reason. As we get into the numbers, Miami Dolphins, according to ESPN Analytics, are ranked 32nd in the league. So it's not surprising people feel that way. How did you feel about the Patriots last year in the same spot? They never came back. And that's who we face this week. Moving on to the I'm not even going to do efficiencies today. I'm not even going to do it. The only bright side of our efficiency rankings is that we're ranked 16th in defensive efficiencies. That's the only bright side. If you really want me to tell you the number on offense and overall, just think of the word last. Projections not looking much better. According to ESPN Analytics, the Miami Dolphins are projected now for a 5-12 season, maybe 6-11. If you round up, it's 5.5 and 11.5. So if you round up the wins, we have 6 wins. If you round up the losses, we have 12 losses. So they're looking at, there's only 17 games, not 18. So you're either looking at a 5-12 or a 6-11 season, according to the ESPN projections. The Jacksonville Jaguars are 0-4. We are 1-3. The Jacksonville Jaguars have a slightly better projected record than we do, 5.7 to 11.3. So ESPN Analytics actually says that a team with 0 wins right now has a chance at a slightly better record than we do. That's where we're at in the projections. So you can I can fully understand why the poll results show what they do. And obviously with 1 win and 1 good game, that brings all of that back up to middling numbers, and we're back in it that quickly. But right now, we're done. I can understand a lot of people packing it in right now. I mean, it's completely understandable. Getting on to win rates, which actually has some bright news, despite how bad our record is and how bad things have looked. We do have a couple Miami Dolphins making it to the defensive tackle pass rush win rate rankings, top 10 or top 20. You have Calais Campbell ranked 6th in the league in pass rush win rate. And you have Zach Sealer. Sorry for the motorcycle, folks. I have my window open. We do things down in South Florida. It's nice weather. Everybody's out doing something. So you might get the occasional dirt bike race by. But Zach Sealer ranks 17th in defensive tackle pass rush win rate. So we've got 2 Miami Dolphins in the top 20 in pass rushing. We can call them the new salt and pepper. And for anybody that's wondering, Calais Campbell ranked 6th, while the guy he replaced, who makes about 50,000 times the amount of money he does, is ranked 4th. Slightly better, but not much. Christian Wilkins. So that deal right there is turning out to be a win for Chris Grier, to be honest with you. I know Nene is not going to like to hear that, but the Christian Wilkins move was definitely a win for Chris Grier. You've got a guy that's only ranked 2 places behind him in pass rush in his 17th season, making much less money. So if you talk about value, And if you want to talk about, okay, the guy is more potential for injury being older, the guy is going into his 17th season and has, I think, missed one season his entire career. Every other season, he played the entire season, all of the games, and his statistics were consistently just about the same. The only standout years he had were the 2 years in Jacksonville where they were playoff contenders. That's kind of what, when I was looking up his history, that's what opened the door to realize that, yeah, that's right. He had Jalen Ramsey with him on that defense, and Doug Marrone is the coach. And yeah, Blake Bortles at quarterback, and they made it to the AFC Championship game. So I'm not done on the season. I'm not throwing it out just yet. Sorry. Call me a fan. Now, we don't have anybody individually. We don't have any individual Dolphin offensive linemen showing up on the list. But for those that think that everything is a lost cause on this team, as a team, our pass rush win rate for our defense is ranked 20th. Our run stop defense win rate is ranked 9th. And on the offensive side of the ball, our pass block win rate, the Miami Dolphins are ranked 17th. And the run block win rate, the Dolphins are now ranked 19th. And we were ranked 8th, which you could obviously see with the performance, the lack of running we did the other night. You can plain as day see that drop in the rankings. However, this fan base is under the impression that our offensive line is this historically bad offensive line that can't get out of its own way. When in actuality, the 32nd ranked pass block win rate is none other than the New England Patriots. So we should be able to pass the ball on them. We should be able to fix the mistakes our receivers were making last game. We should be able to get the protection for our backup quarterback, Tyler Huntley. He should have much more opportunities to scramble and run too. Because the Patriots also ranked 26th in run block win rate. I was backwards. 23rd in pass stop win rate. 13th in run stop. So we're going to have it's going to be a little tough sledding on the run. On the other hand, we should be able to get to Jacoby Brissett, as they are the last in the league in pass block win rate. We have some dogs. We can probably suffer without Jalen Phillips this week. You'd like to believe a contender like us, quote unquote, would be able to suffer the loss of Jalen Phillips for a week when we're facing the 32nd ranked pass blocking offensive line. We should still be able to get to Jacoby. Their run block win rate, they are ranked 26th. So we should be able to keep Ramondre Stevenson on the ground. I stress the word should. But it is going to be tough sledding against their defense. Their defense is actually pretty stout. But they also haven't played a lot of great teams either. They did play the Seahawks. But again, it's not as bad as y'all think on offensive line. It just isn't. Besides the fact that Tua had an 11% pressure rate before going out, that went up to 45% on Skylar Thompson. And I have yet to look up what it was for Monday night. It's Wednesday now, so the stats should be updated nice and completely, and we can find out just how our offensive line did the other night, keeping pressure off of Tyler Huntley. Let's see. That's 2023. I don't want that one. I want that one, 2024. And why are we showing all the games? I just want advanced. Pressure. Oh, look at that. Jacoby Brissett suffering the highest amount of pressure in the league at 39.9%. Deshaun Watson second at 33.9%. Sam Darnold rocking it. He's doing the most with the worst. He has a 27.9% pressure rate, and he's cooking. Tua at the bottom still with 11.6%, obviously, because he hasn't played. They don't factor in guys with one game, so I'm going to have to go to our page, or I'm going to have to go to Tyler Huntley's individual. As soon as I find him, here we go. And we want to go to advanced. Pressure. 2024. One game. Not bad. 23.1% Monday night. So the offensive line, for all of their faults, brought that pressure back down to a manageable amount from 45% against Seattle. So that's encouraging. That's something we can work with. That's not so much pressure that a guy like Tyler Huntley can't handle. One of the things I forgot to look at, my fault. I'm just curious. I think some of y'all might know where I'm going. Oh, let's see here. What was the number I was looking for? Oh, advanced 2024. 23.8 or 23.1 pressure rate. Had a pretty high bad throw percentage, 23.8. That's not good. Obviously, we saw them, the long bomb that was overthrown. The bad throw to the side, the back shoulder throw that shouldn't have been a back shoulder. And of course, the short throw down in the end zone to Tyreek. Now, when you only have 22 attempts, just those three right there, you can see 23.8%. I don't think the 23.8 really reflects, sloppiness all over. But again, 9 games in, no excuse. I'm just saying the reality of it is that should be cleaned up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's an excuse for it for that game. I'm simply saying it needs to be cleaned up. But that number is not on here. What the heck happened? I wonder why they don't put that number on their individual. Damn, now I got to go back to QB stats. Okay. Fine. 2024 advanced pressure. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find that number because they don't put it. Oh, there it is. Tyler Huntley. Anybody want to take a guess at what Tyler Huntley's pocket time was Monday night? See, I was under the impression. Okay, because first of all, Tua's pressure rate throughout his career has been anywhere from 28% to 11%. Okay. And his pocket time has been consistently 2.1 to 2.3 seconds. And our offensive line, I've been told, is so bad that the only reason that pocket time is low is because Tua gets the ball out quick because the offensive line is so bad. Well, now they're only holding Tua to 11% pressure, and Tua's pocket time is still 2.1. So we don't have to get the ball out quick now. That's my point. The pocket time is not because the offensive line is collapsing. Now, in Tyler Huntley's case the other night, the pressure rate was 23%. That's about, Tua has been that high before and still had a 2.1 second pocket time. So he was just getting the ball out quick as well. However, Tyler Huntley, because I was told that one of Tua's best characteristics that makes him better than any other quarterback option for us is that he is such a quick release. It's all him. He gets the ball out in 2.1 seconds. He's the only one that can do that, and that's the most important part of making our offense go, is that quick release and that pocket time. So under 23.1% pressure Monday night, Tyler Huntley's pocket time was, drum roll please, 2.1 seconds. That's right. I didn't stutter. Tyler Huntley gets the ball out just as quick as Tua. And you know what? Tyler Huntley's not that kind of quarterback. The plant your foot and let it go doesn't work for Tyler Huntley, which is what we were told they were whispering in his ear all practice last week. So I expect that to go up a little bit purposefully in order for us to have a chance to win. However, the narrative that only Tua can get the ball out in 2.1 seconds is absolutely smashed from this day forward. Oh, we just took another little special feather out of Tua's cap that isn't owned by him anymore. And if you think that that's endemic in the system, no, because Skylar Thompson's was 2.3. Skylar wasn't getting the ball out quick enough, according to these people that think that's what it's all about. So Skylar even failed there. Tyler didn't. Tyler Huntley didn't. This anticipation and timing and all that. Once he started to get a feel for everybody throughout the game, yeah, he was hitting Waddle right across the middle in stride. And guess who was dropping it? Well, he may still be special CB83, but that's not one of them anymore. Release time ain't one of them anymore. A bad game, CB83, we're 2-6 in the last 8 ball games going back to Dallas last year. You're going to have to give us a lot more than the Buffalo game. The Jacksonville game was just as terrible despite the win. And I'm with Nene now. I ain't going to hide it. I ain't going to shoo it aside. We're 1-3. It's not like we're winning and the season is still going and we should just forget about those things for right now. No. I don't care if we beat Jacksonville or not. It was terrible. Well, and I would suggest CB83 that you go check out what Kurt Warner had to say, because getting it out and getting it out efficiently, two totally different things. Yes, I agree. But it's a little harder to get it out efficiently when there's nobody to throw to that's a viable option in a given play. Go see for yourself. You watch the film, you do the all 22. That's just one example of it. Well, and CB83, you're right. I don't know if you're arguing with the rest of chat or if you're arguing with me, but I'm not out on the season yet. So I'm in agreement with you there. I don't think that's an excuse, but it is that the better teams are going to be the ones that get that fixed. You know, and the trash teams are going to be the ones that give up and say, nope, might as well tank. And I'm not with that crew. So the season ain't over. The season ain't over until we're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. That's when the season ends for me. But you know what doesn't end? My expectation of respectable football never ends. I don't care if we got the worst team in the league. I expect us to lose respectably. And that's the part we're missing. I've been saying it now for 10 years that I'm in the frame of mind that I just want it to be respectable, because I know in my heart of hearts, I know I'm 47 years old. I'm a 47-year-old pattern recognition machine. And I know that respectable football wins in the long run. The results come. The process is playing respectable football. That's the process. The wins will come. No, I don't expect us to lose respectfully. I said respectably. That when we lose, I expect it to be respectable. And I'm not coming at you, Trey. I just wanted to be clear with my words. There's a difference between losing respectably and losing the way we did Monday night. And if a person doesn't believe that, then I simply don't think that they're into watching football for the same reasons that I am. I'm not saying they're wrong for feeling that way or watching football that way. I just simply say they watch it for a different reason than I do. because you can be losing and still look good. It's the principle of minimizing your losses and maximizing your gains, accepting the fact that you're going to lose and being able to control at what level that is. Now, in our case, as a franchise, we are I know this flies in the face of what I'm saying because we did actually pull off perfection. But generally speaking, you have to accept the fact that you're going to lose and try to minimize those losses. If you're controlling when you lose, then you're going to be winning more often than you're losing. And that's the best you can hope for in life in general, is that you're winning more than you're losing. And especially if you're controlling when you lose, you're also able to control how much you lose. And that's what I mean. Do you lose by 50 or do you lose by 3 in a very heart-wrenching, fought-out game where nothing was left on the field? You know what I mean? I know I'm being Pollyannish. I'm being all, nostalgic and whatever else, but that's just why I watch it. The Hurricanes have been, everybody knows the Hurricanes ain't been shit for a long time now. I haven't even hardly watched college football because of it. I really don't care about the Alabama Invitational every year. But there are some times when I like to flip on the TV back when, and I know they've changed their scheme and all that over the, recently and, transitioning to a different paradigm. But back in the day, I used to love just flipping on a Georgia Tech game. I always like to time it right around when their offensive linemen have become seniors and they've been working with each other for 3 or 4 years. Because, man, Georgia Tech, every 4 years when their offensive linemen are seniors and juniors, they absolutely put on a masterclass clinic in the triple option wishbone offense. And it is the absolute most beautiful football you'll ever watch if you're a real fan of football. It's all of these concepts, the RPO, the read option, all of these option concepts were just all of it born out of that. And when you can run a pure triple option wishbone offense, it's all of that incorporated. It's just a complete numbers game, and you always have the advantage. And when it's worked, the Achilles heel to the whole thing is obviously execution. No, I haven't, Lou. I'm going to get to that because that was just sent to me by El Cap. I haven't even read it yet. I didn't. You know what? I need to stick the link in the group text. I dang forgot it again. If you wanted to actually, have anything to say about it, you're certainly more than welcome. Because I haven't even read the tweet yet. I was gonna blow it up on my screen so I could read it, but I see it now. Woke up to trade news. Exciting. Huh, interesting. But really quick, just to conclude what I was saying, a lot of the West Coast concepts come upon that type of, reading options and stuff like that and require a high level of execution. And so when Georgia Tech has that offensive line full of seniors that have been working together so long that their level of execution with that triple option is so high that it's just like you want to just rip your head off as a defense. You want to reach through the screen and strangle every single one of those freaking offensive players because it's such a well-oiled machine that it's unstoppable. And it is the most absolutely beautiful football to watch. If you're a fan of offensive football and the strategy, the gridiron, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I posted it in a group text there, Lewis. I think we'll probably close out the show with some of this Tyreek talk going on because it looks like it's flaming up a little bit. There was a suggestion. I don't know who suggested it first. I don't play those games usually. I just can tell you that Monday night on our post game show at the Finns tailgate, when I was at my car and chiming in from the stadium, I don't know who if somebody beat me to the punch or not. So I don't know, Lou. Welcome, by the way. But I do remember distinctly suggesting that given the Rashee Rice injury, and if we are in fact done with this season and looking towards the future, given the desperation of Kansas City now needing that type of upper echelon receiver, because Rice has obviously been able to prove out pretty quickly in his career as being up there. Is it possible the Dolphins were to do something like that and send Tyreek back home to KC? And obviously the idea got shot down pretty quick the night of the game because nobody wanted to hear about that at the time, Lou. But it seems that some rumor site and now even other people that are more than just rumor sites have given this thing legs, bro. So what did Tyreek actually say? And obviously, give me your opinion.
Well, I seen the tweet just like you seen it, Color, and when he says woke up to trade news, exciting, right? Now you've been on the trail of all the trails of watching all the videos here lately and stuff. Mike McDaniel yesterday comes out in a presser and says, and I quote, "Tough conversations need to be had and changes need to be made."
Correct. And we just watched it, and that was one of the parts I paused on and we talked about. Yeah, absolutely.
And the next morning, now we wake up to this Tyreek tweet. Could the writing be on the wall, Color?
I mean, well, first of all, let me address the tough conversation. If you didn't happen to hear the part when I paused it on that, we could, you know, first of all, he confirmed when he said, yeah, the tough conversations need to be had, but he also said they're going to keep that in-house and not going to put it out there because they don't want to air dirty laundry. So he just confirmed that it's dirty right now in Miami, that there's dirty laundry in Miami. I think people miss that part of what he was actually saying. We don't want to air our dirty laundry. Well, by saying that, you're admitting that there's dirty laundry.
1,000%.
And so I basically came to the conclusion that either those tough conversations are between him toward the team and the players, or him towards the organization, or even both.
Well, and remember, I know you were at the game, so you probably didn't see it, but you've probably seen the clips now. Tyreek Hill Monday night was both. I don't care how they try to spin it or whatever. The fact of the matter is Tyreek Hill was up and down that sideline berating Coach Mike McDaniel. You could see it. They can try to paint the picture.
I know he wasn't facing him and he walked behind him, but I have a feeling that that's who he was talking to as well, based on what the lip readers have put out there on Twitter.
Color, what's funny to me, when Tyreek was doing it, to your point, he was behind them, right? Why didn't Mike McDaniel, it looked like he had a blank stare in his face and he didn't look left, right, sideways, anything. It was straight ahead, like he was trying to avoid making eye contact.
Almost as if he flinched by not flinching.
1,000%.
By being so stoic that you're actually flinching in your stoicism. You know what I mean?
I completely agree, bro. I completely agree.
Because you've been there. You've had somebody in your life be yelling and screaming and knowing they're talking to you, and had to sit there and endure that. And you can almost picture the look on your own face. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yep.
We've all been there. We're old enough to be in that, have been in that spot. None of us are perfect. You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely.
And so, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Now, I don't know if you've played around with looking at Twitter and what all the amateur lip readers have said, but the first part where it's clear in the camera is actually fairly clear when the lip readers had kind of pointed out what he said. It's easier to see when you see some people make their suggestions as what he said, right? So let me find real quick that thread. I thought it was closer than that. What happened to it? I don't want to try to go off memory, but I will if I have to. It was something to the effect of play after play in, play out. The shit don't work or something like that. Damn, where did it go? Oh, I know where it's at. It's on my replies because that's right. I replied to it. I didn't quote tweet it. They're almost there, almost there, almost there. Oh, here we go. So Omar said someone on the internet should be a professional lip reader. Man, they'd make a lot of money. And so one of these people said that he thinks it says, "I'm sick of this shit. Play in, play out." And then he says it gets tougher when the camera pulls away, right? So I had examined it further after realizing that I think the guy's right. I think that's what he was saying. Like right after it said, not gonna work. You know what I mean? Is what it looks to me. Because when it becomes clear the first part of what he said, it becomes easier to read the lips of the rest of it and it gets to be a little more clear. And I had replied to that and said, I think he may have ended by saying, stop running the damn effing ball or stop running every single play. So when he moves right behind Mike McDaniel's head, I think is when he says, stop running every fucking play or stop running the damn ball. You know what I mean? Or whatever. But it was along the lines of what he was saying. Play in and play out. The shit don't work. Who else could he be talking to?
No, listen, at the end of the day, bro, I don't give a damn what no one tells me, Culler. He was addressing Mike McDaniel in that situation.
I'm 98% sure that you're right. 98% convinced, since crypto likes to hear percentages. You know what I mean? By the way, I'm glad you came up for that reason, but it's much nicer to actually say it to you in person, and you're just doing a fantastic job over there, Blitz Pickup, man. It's a great job, bro. Yeah, last night's show was like talking right out of my own brain, man.
Yeah, I seen that you left a comment. I went back and looked, and even your words today, I was listening earlier. So I definitely appreciate the kind words, bro. So
like I'm gonna have to start charging rent, y'all, in my head like that, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, again, I think that's what makes the Blitz Pickup great, and that's what made me gravitate over here to TFTG. And again, this is home to me as well. It's that we can praise the team, we can talk negative about the team. What you're going to get from these two platforms specifically is just the real and uncut talk from Dolphin fans, right? Everything's not going to be peaches and cream. Everything is not going to be the sky's fucking falling. You're going to have to find somewhere balanced in between. And I think that's what makes those two specific platforms so great. At least that's what we're trying to create over there. Obviously, that's what y'all have done over here. Right.
Yep.
So
and even on the note on the side of, Tony's expressing a lot of things that, and he's got a lot more of a let's say a personality such that when he says some of the things us fans say, and we get, shot down by other people to say, oh, well, you're just suckers, or, oh, well, somebody will buy those tickets or whatever. Like, he's when you talk about at the stadium, the tailgating, the orange parking, all of that. The dude is a pillar of that stadium. You know what I mean? He's a pillar of the community. You know what I mean? So it's refreshing that when he's mentioning these things about the concerns of the fans, the things fans expect, the atmosphere at the stadium, all of these things that I always harp on. You know what I mean? It's real easy for me to be able to relate to him a lot. You know, in that regard. So I appreciate him speaking up on that shit. You know what I mean? Because when you talk, ain't none of these people gonna go at Tony over that. You know, I mean, you know his personality, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's just a strong voice, man, as far as speaking for the fans, man, and I appreciate it a lot. And it ain't lip service, dude. I know that, you know what I'm referring to on the personal level. You know what I mean? It ain't lip service, man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And everybody can keep their space. That's, it ain't all about that. You know what I mean? I understand the space needed, so we're all good. But crypto is going to turn it up here in a minute, Lou. So, I don't know how much time you got left, but you're welcome to stay as long as you like and continue to comment on the current debacle.
Absolutely, bro. I was just actually on the phone for about maybe a little bit over an hour with Crypto. He called me earlier to wish me a happy birthday and stuff. So
it's today? Is it today?
It is today, bro.
Oh shit.
40
that's right.
Young.
That's right. You share a birthday with my sister, and I already knew that. God damn it! I've said that 3 times now. I've already known it. Like on 3 separate occasions, I've mentioned that. So
no worries, man. No
you know what the problem with that is, right?
What's that?
You're gonna have to hear Culler sing now. It's tradition, man. It's tradition. I can't help it. Everybody, shout out Lewis. 43 years young, you said?
43 years young today, bro.
Oh, I could still call you a kid, bro.
Yeah, right. Well, I would definitely appreciate that.
You're not a kid until you get your AARP card.
I got 4 years on you, bro, so I can still call you a kid.
Absolutely.
Well, happy birthday, and a 1 and a 2. Crypto, you got to join in. Happy birthday to you. I'm going to make it sound really bad on purpose. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Lewis.
Happy
Feliz
birthday.
cumpleaños to you. There you go. And I apologize to everybody for that.
Oh man. It could be hard on the ears.
How'd you like that? How'd you like the little Latin flair at the end, man?
It was great. I thought you were spot on.
It's about knowing your audience, knowing who you're singing to. You know what I mean? I don't know enough Spanish to do the whole thing in Spanish. Actually, it shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, they got the translator on the fly. They can do it now with the new AI translators. You can do it on the fly now.
So, to you would just be tu, right? Is it tu or like how would you say to you? Like I know Feliz cumpleaños, happy birthday to you. How would you say the whole phrase?
Happy birthday?
Yeah, or not just happy birthday, but happy birthday to you, like in the song.
Man, I'm not trying to sing that, Color. I'm not a good singer neither. Especially
no. I mean, do you just add like tu at the end, or is it just understood?
It's kind of like patu and yeah, something like that. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Sort of like you don't really have to say yo.
Right,
Ablo, you just say
yeah,
right.
Yeah, you ain't really got to say it. Yeah.
To you is implied. I think it's implied, right?
Right. To you is implied. Right.
Yeah, basically. Yep.
So now that we've had a grammar lesson for the morning, KP, how you doing, man? Haven't heard from you since
man, I just heard about Lewis's birthday, so I wanted to come up
real quick and just wish my brother a happy birthday, man.
Salute, KP.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
No doubt, man. Feliz cumpleaños, my bro. Listen, I just got one thing to say. 43, you may be mistakenly believing that you are still in your 30s and 20s and feeling good. Let me just tell you, it gets worse. Gets worse. So, Blue Chew, Viagra, go ahead and put in the order. Get them things,
Damn.
Uh-oh. Lou's like, blasphemy. He just bumped him right off the internet, man. Lou pushed that emergency button and shut him right up, man.
They got him up.
KP's like, get the pills, got him about it.
Hey, Louis, did you see this? Do you see this meme Ali made last night? Did you watch the show last night?
I've been catching up. I was watching a little live yesterday. I caught a little bit of it, and I've been watching in and off this morning, going through your show and back to last night's show and stuff. So,
well, I forget what we were talking about and why we brought you up. But we were kind of like, joshing you. You know how we do, And Ali comes up with this meme. Lose clues.
Oh, okay.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
I don't remember the context, bro, but it was hilarious, man.
Absolutely, man. Listen, again, that's why all the gentlemen on this great platform, and again, I still feel like I'm part of this, right? Like,
no, you always are, man.
I will never even
more than a feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. This is always going to be home to me again. Like, even Sunday, I know, Culler, you usually call the games. You were at the game. Capitan was running a little late, and I hopped right up here with Shake just to help him out in that situation because I guess his internet went down. So this is always going to be home for me.
I've always told you, like anybody else, use us. We're your gymnasium. Much as you want or as little as you want. You know what I mean? We're grateful to have you on as part of our family, even,
Yeah, absolutely. This is always going to be home, bro. So, again, I haven't gotten to that part of the show last night, but I'm sure I will laugh my ass off when I get up to that. I do want to say I haven't really – I think I had like maybe one or two conversations with Mike and Mike on the mic over the phone. And it's just good to see him back, bro. It's good to see him kind of in good spirits. And obviously watching last night, and I was watching a little today when he was up there with you, Culler. So I just, if he's listening or if he goes back and listens, I just want to say welcome back home. It's been a long time in the making. So I'm just glad to see him back.
Yep. And it's like going back home to mama. You're going to go in your room and there's going to be your little Star Wars figure still sitting up on the shelf. Everything's going to be just so. Your bed's going to be made. You still got your Alyssa Milano poster on the wall. You know what I mean? And, it's just like that, bro. Ain't going nowhere. Nobody got the Alyssa Milano joke.
Oh, listen, I still have a Alyssa Milano poster in my room now.
Man. So you telling me, Culler, you were the boss? You were the boss? You were her boss?
Oh, I was the boss,
yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
I definitely was the boss. And I haven't bought a Tiger Beat magazine since then. Yeah, Dad wasn't too pleased with me using my allowance on the Tiger Beat magazines, but he didn't understand, He might have wanted to open one up every once in a while and see.
Right. Hey, just real quick before I get up out of here, just thanks to everybody in the chat. I see everybody saying happy birthday and stuff. There's too many people to mention, but thanks to everybody. And
yes, man.
Hit the like button, subscribe, put the notification on, because I don't know if y'all have noticed. I have definitely noticed. This 10 o'clock in the morning, around 10:30 in the morning slot has been vacant here for about a year and a half now. And Culler, you have basically came into the game and have been absolutely killing it in this mid-morning to afternoon kind of time slot. And as a fan that just likes to listen to Dolphin content, and I go to a lot of places to get it, it's good and refreshing to know that Monday through Friday now I can come to the Fins Tailgate and listen to you specifically, as well as others. And I just want to tell you, just like, you mentioned my platform over there with the Bliss Pickup last night. and again, I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your ass neither. You know that. It's good to have this time slot and good to see you back at doing, again, bro, we all know the stories. I've said it before. One of the main reasons, probably really the only reason, and this is no shot at Cap or nothing at first, but the reason I even came around TFTG, I was working late nights and stuff, and Culler's the guy that got me over here because I would listen and I would be like, man, this crazy fucker is just as crazy as me about this fucking Dolphins. So,
Crazy
good
about
old,
those
good old late night color commentary, man. That was the show, bro.
It was great. I remember the late night battles and going up there and screaming and yelling with everybody. So it's just good to see you doing
late
back
night battles, man.
and doing.
Well,
what you're doing and
the
what you love
need
to
was
do.
there, and I could only ever hope to even come close to emulating the great host that was here in the morning before me, in this time slot that was holding it down. I can only hope to ever emulate him, but I hope that, people come around and understand that this is, we're going to have a platform for people to come, much like we did, that the community did before on another channel. And, if I keep it consistent and regular, the people will be here, you know what I mean? And to those that are, already joining in and coming every week, look, I just needed to get out of my own way. I had a hard time this off season because the content was just so redundant, and it was like, all right, I took my last vacation out west, so it came back nice and refreshed. And this was in the plans from the beginning. This is where I want to be, talking, because this is when I wake up in the morning. Like, that's when all the stuff flows in, when I can give you the most of what I really feel and the most raw takes about what I feel about what's going on with the Dolphins, good or bad. You know what I mean? By late night, it's like I'll say anything, and it's don't hold no water to it, But yeah, I appreciate you all supporting me too, so keep coming. You guys got as long as I don't forget every morning, you guys will have the link to come by and chop it up any morning you want. And if I forget to put the link in the group text and you specifically want to come up, throw me a text and remind me, or get Cap to do it, or somebody. I just been forgetting. I did give it to Mike this morning though, because I wanted to properly introduce him to the morning audience, even though a lot of them already know from last night, because none of our audience seems to sleep. Y'all notice that? They can stay up all night and all day and consume all the content we can give them, but they can't even be bothered to hit the like button. We're still at 72 likes. And before Lewis gets out of here, I want to remind you of what happens when we don't get to 100 likes. We send Lewis out to the community, and you're not gonna like it. Just saying.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. I listen. I will defend this platform to the death. So it is what it is. But listen,
come on, 29 more people out there to hit the like button. Come on, we got to get to 100.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I'm under a quota here. El Capitan laid down the law. I'm under a quota here. I got to get it to 100 likes.
Yeah, absolutely. Culler's been up here for almost 5 hours now. So hit the like button. I'm going to get up out of here. I'm going to start. I'm going to start this vacation with the family. So I probably won't
undisclosed location.
Absolutely. Yeah. Only close friends know exactly where I'll be. But I'm always lurking. But appreciate you guys and continued success. And I'll be listening to the conversation.
Right on, man. Have a good one.
Later.
Yep.
One of the best, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Lewis, aka the Rabid Dolphin, aka the linebacker. Wait, the right guard. Or is he the center? Who's picking up the blitz over there at the blitz pickup, man? Y'all get your opinion in. Maybe I ought to run a poll one day. We'll find out just who's picking up the blitz over there at the blitz pickup. On the current poll, 178 of you have now voted. Do you believe this team can actually contend this season? The yeses continue to creep up 1% at a time. We're now at 24% that believe we can do something. 60% say no, and 17% say there's never been a Super Bowl window. So get your votes in.
Oh, who's the 20%? I'm trying to figure that
out. 24%. That would include me. I do not believe that it's over yet. I believe if this guy is worth what they think he's worth, then we will be able to get enough wins to contend. And that is going to be completely dependent upon one Mike McDaniel. What do you think, KP? Am I off here?
Well, hey, Culler, I can't support you on this one, dog.
Not asking whether you believe in Mike McDaniel, because obviously, if you think the season is over, then that's the answer to that question right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, my worst fears about this team have been realized, and it's like you said earlier, man. Some of us have been saying it from day one, from the time Mike McDaniel got into the house. I've been questioning his ability to lead men, right? To be inspiring coach that commands the locker room. And for me, that's exactly where the weakness in this team begins. I know schematically there are issues, right? Like maybe other teams have figured out, who we are. But from the beginning, I wanted to have a team that could dictate its will, right? I think it's necessary on every football team that you run a play. You have a couple plays that you can run that are your, stuff that you run with confidence. And I don't think we've ever established that kind of style of play here under this coach. And we're at the point now where it's all coming apart. So I'm in the other camp. I'm in the majority here.
I mean, the old saying goes, when the cat's away, the mice will play. And you can imagine this whole scenario where it's like, yeah, we respect you all enough to govern yourselves and whatever else, but that has never worked. If you give a group of men, most of which probably like to have libations, you know what I mean? You get a group of men in this society in any capacity and expect them to govern themselves without a leader, you're asking for an implosion. It don't matter how classy they are. It don't matter how respectable they are. None of that. They're going to implode. You got to have leadership. You got to have a guy that they respect that can say no to them.
Right. And then the classic phrase is what? Winning cures all, right? And the challenge always would be, when we're in these doldrums, when we hit a couple losses, do we have what it takes to bounce back? That's when leadership steps up. And unfortunately, I haven't seen.
Thus far, we have exactly. Thus far, we haven't seen any evidence that they can do that. Right.
And I fear that it's just they might have to fire that guy just for his own good, for his own sake.
But they do, in fact, still have a mathematical chance.
That is true.
To prove that they can do that. And that's kind of why I haven't given up yet. You know what I mean?
No. I think you're on the right side of things, honestly. And you're 100% correct mathematically. The season is still there.
Last week, the players are going to tell us.
Yeah. Yep.
The players have to answer my question.
Yeah. Aside from Tyreek, I did not like the body language that I saw on that sideline as we lost to the Titans on Monday night. To me, the signs are there that this team is not in a good place mentally.
I did like what Jalen Waddle said after the game.
What did he say? I didn't catch
that. He just said we're not playing good football.
Yeah.
Said the defense showed up. It's just bad football.
Yep.
Well, Yeah, and he mentioned exactly what Coach just did today. That it's up to us to to do that extra when there's a backup in.
Yep.
Well, you're saying the right words, Jalen. What I want to know is, do you have the conviction to do something about it?
Right. And that's where the being found out comes into play for me. I see how, like I said on another platform, our offensive attack right now is a little bit redundant. I don't see the place where improvement. I mean, of course, you're going to have flash plays with this assortment of players. Waddle, Tyreek can, burn any DB one-on-one. They have the speed to take it to the house with every play. But in general, can that kind of attack be sustained into a consistently threatening offense? And I think that level of our offense being dominant is done. I think defenses know how to shut this thing down when they want to.
Yep. And on the Super Bowl window question, debate, argument, whatever you want to call it these days, I'm gonna mold it all into one philosophical statement about the Super Bowl window. Okay, so people can be very clear about what I think about the Super Bowl window. The Super Bowl window is always open.
That's right.
Okay? There are only two types of teams in the NFL. There are not teams with a closed window and teams with an open window. Okay? There are two types of teams, and there is one window, and it's always open.
The 32 teams.
There's
at the beginning of the season.
There's teams. There's a second, my net. There are teams that are climbing through that window to get in, and there are teams that are climbing out of that window. Those are the two types of teams. The window is always open.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Are we crawling out of it, or are we trying to get into it? And the players have to answer that question.
Yep.
Bottom
the
line.
Players and the coaches. And the coaches.
And the you know what? The tank or not, the same was the case for 2019.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those players chose to walk through that window for 5 games.
Like, remember when we did the early
what the
preview?
organization wanted them to do.
Right. When we did the early preview show on Ali's platform, that night I said, I'm going to assume that Tua is who everybody says he is, so he'll be healthy, and that the best possible scenario plays out. And that's where I came up with my 11 to 12 win prediction. That was best case scenario. But if you recall on that show, I started off the show by saying, in reality, I see this team being a 7-win team. And that pissed off a lot of people when I said it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think that
the mathematics has us as a 5-win team now. So
right. So that 7 wins would have been a little bit too positive at the time. So,
So ESPN's mathematical analytics predicts that we only win 4 more times this year.
Jesus. Yep. So things are looking dire around Dolphin Stadium.
You know what? I'm gonna stand on the same square, KP.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, when I was pointing out our high probability of winning the division and all that, what did I always tell everybody? The probabilities don't make reality.
Right.
And we found that out that I was right. Didn't we find out that I was right?
And even if we consider what happened with the last coach, in year 3, he started off 1-7 as well. And then he's had a furious comeback and almost made the playoffs, right? So it is possible. We mathematically are still in it,
So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And to be honest with you, nothing's changed. We have the same team that everybody believed in 3 weeks ago. This is the point McDaniel's trying to make. Like, what's the difference if we're not executing for Tua or if we're not executing for Huntley?
Right. Right. You haven't had an ideal opening 4 games, but hey, McDaniels has said that, it's about how you end the season, right? Which had been, a characteristic of the Flores regime, not so much here with McDaniels. So we'll see if this team has it in them.
That's the thing. If we lose, this is another thing that makes me think, whether people agree or not, that the seat is still on fire, even for this week. Because if we lose this week,
right,
McDaniel's going to want to fix the problem. And if the organization is hell-bent on tanking, they won't let him fix the problem this time.
That's right.
The mistake they made before was letting Flores fix the problem.
Right.
So if they're hell-bent on tanking, if McDaniel don't come through this week, then why wouldn't they fire him?
Right.
Because at least what happens then is when the interim head coach comes in, now the optics point towards tanking and they don't have to excuse themselves, KP. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I'm sure they would have learned from that last episode.
Half the fans are already ready to excuse him and tank.
Yep. I'm hearing Shador
and I don't
Sanders.
mean excuse him. And I don't mean excuse him. They all want people to be fired. I mean excuse him for the rest of this season.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Shador Sanders was.
I don't want a bunch of people sitting around that don't want to win, making millions of dollars off my ticket.
Yeah.
At least let me in the building and have fun with them.
Mm-hmm.
How about a parking space? I mean, I'm not yelling at you, KP. It's just it's infuriating, bro. This talk about not trying to win.
Yep. How far we've come in those 3 weeks.
I'm sorry for those of you.
From Super Bowl to survival.
Right. And for those of you that are perfectly okay with tanking, especially if you're a season ticket holder and you go to tailgates, guess what? I'm sorry. Your cooking ain't that great.
Yep.
I want to go see a good football game. That's what I'm there for. I didn't spend $1,700 for y'all's cooking. I'm sorry. No offense. I mean, all these other people are like, well, it's a party. No, it's not. I don't go to a parking lot in front of a freaking building to party. That's not my gig. If the football ain't there, I don't want to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the modern game, but
sport has to mean KP.
The
sport has to count for something.
That should be the main product. That should be the main focus. And this community and franchise has been in that desert for far too long. Where we got great tailgates. Yeah, you can hear some good music and some good DJs. Hey, we even used to have a stripping pole in the tailgate.
And I appreciate all the options for food, but y'all's cooking ain't that great.
Exactly.
Some of it's great, but it ain't that great.
It takes much better after a win.
Acting like they're all 5-star cooks or something out there grilling.
Yeah, only Chef Jim. Chef Jim's the only 5-star cook I know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I ain't been to Tony's yet. Cameron makes some good food.
I heard for real. Yeah.
But for real, if I'm spending $300 on the day, I'm going to East Las Olas to eat. I'm not eating at a tailgate.
Exactly.
Much better food. Sorry.
Oh, where'd crypto go, man? You know, you
I
might,
don't
go for the gourmet hot dogs,
know. Boy, that East Las Olas and the Strip, boy, they do have some good food down that road,
Yes, they
man.
do.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
they do.
Isn't
Hey,
there like
anyway,
more
Color Man.
5-star restaurants down that strip than anywhere in the world, man? Per capita?
Well, hey, I'm in DC right now, and they got some good eats between here and Baltimore, man. There's a lot of good
That's
little
what I hear.
mom and pop restaurants.
So where roughly, I don't want to give your total location, but you near all the monuments right now? You getting out to see the sights, or are you in the hotel?
Well, no, I mean, I've been to all those already, but I'm about maybe 2-3 miles north of them. So
Right on, right on.
yeah,
So you're there on business?
yeah, no, oh yeah. They're still there. You know, we got people all over the world coming to see them. You know, that
No,
kind of thing.
I mean, are you
Huh?
there on business?
Oh yeah,
pleasure.
absolutely. Yeah, I got a job up here that I couldn't turn down.
Right on.
Great opportunity. So
Oh, so you're
that's
there
why
for
I've
a
been.
minute.
Yeah, oh no, I may be permanent. You know, depending on how
Oh
everything
man,
goes. We'll see.
we're
Yeah,
gonna miss your on location reports from the boat in Key West, man.
yeah. Well, that's the main. You know, I'm gonna miss that for sure, man. But
I
you know what?
know
Hey,
you're
but up
quite
here,
the fisherman, right?
yeah, up here, man. The Jaden Daniels hike is growing like every day, man. People are
Wow.
excited as hell. So,
Well,
I
Black Sheep,
can't do it. But
I understand where
uh,
Black Sheep is coming from. He says tanking is better than a delusional expectation. No. Expectations are never delusional. I can tell you a good logical reason why I have expectations. Predictions can be delusional. Like if I were to predict that we're
all
going
right,
to
Color
compete
Man, I
this
got
season,
bro. I
that
just
would be
came to wish
delusional.
Lewis,
What's that, KP?
keep up the good work.
Yeah, you too, buddy. And just to reiterate that point, Black Sheep, again, predicting that we're not tanking, that's delusional because I can see the writing on the walls too, man. I'm not an idiot, you know. Not saying you were insinuating that, but I'm not a fool. And but the expectation, no, it's not delusional because a reasonable expectation cannot be delusional. You know, and it's just, you know, prediction. Yeah. If I'm going to sit here and tell you, yo, we're going to the Super Bowl, that would be delusional. If I told you we're going to win the next game, that might be considered delusional. And as I always tell you all, I'm only going to tell you how we can win the next game and why we can win it. I'll never tell you that we're gonna, other than fun record or fun score predictions. That's different. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm 100% sure we're going to win this week. My percentage of surety is really low this week. I may even predict a loss on the pick'ems. By the way, find out tonight on Miss Finn's League Wide Wednesday. I'll be joining her as a co-host, and we do just that pick'em challenge. And Nene says, "Color never had my cooking." Well, I mean, I don't know how many times you've done a tailgate, but you know, you might be right if you know if you're running the tailgate, you could very well be right. But I suspect somebody that's cooked for the people that you have in your life, you're probably one of those people that can run one of those restaurants down on East Las Olas. So it makes sense. But real quick before I end, we're at 4 hours. Hit the like button. I don't think we got any closer. 74 now. You guys are pitiful. You guys are absolutely pitiful. You non-like button pushing people. Let's end the poll real quick before I move on to the tail of the game coming up. 181 of you have voted. Do you believe the team can actually contend this season? 23% now say yes, 60% no, and 17% say we were never in a window. 181 of you have voted. Poll is ended. And there's the final results. Share it all over the web. Let them know what this audience thinks. Well, Black Sheep, those expectations were set by the organization in the off season, and by all the talk and the roster construction and all this other stuff, all the platitudes that they've put out. They are who set the expectations. And if they are delusional, then it would be them fooling us, not us being a fool. But very, very good point, though. Ooh, thunder rolling in. Looks like we're going to get some rain. Can y'all hear that thunder? Out of nowhere. Well, it's 3 o'clock in South Florida, so I would expect to hear thunder by now. Really quick, Nene shared an article with me this was according to Alain Poupart on SI about the whole Van Ginkel situation. According to All Dolphins on SI, Poupart wrote, Van Ginkel really wanted to stay with the Dolphins, who drafted him in the 5th round. But Miami made no effort, quote unquote, to re-sign the linebacker. They didn't even offer him money after he played out a 1-year deal in 2023. The Dolphins told Van Ginkel's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, according to Poupart, that they would not make him an offer after the season. Never even considered the difference in money or whatever. But goes on to write, it's a curious decision for the Dolphins as Van Ginkel was coming off a productive year. And then it goes on to say the Vikings eventually came calling. Minnesota signed Van Ginkel to a 2-year, $20 million deal this offseason, and the Vikings currently must be thrilled with his production and the fact that the Dolphins made no effort to keep him in Miami. Look, 2 years, $20 million, $10 million per year for Van Ginkel, and we've got Odell Beckham Jr., who just got his practice window opened in week 5. While Van Ginkel is over in Minnesota tearing it up. So there you go. Could we have afforded $10 million per year? I have a feeling we could have afforded $10 million per year. Just a hunch. On that note, I don't see anything jumping out at me on SI for news. I guess Devontae Adams is in trade talks. Told the organization he doesn't want to play there. And nothing else pertinent. So we'll move on to the tail of the game coming up. I do this once a week, if not twice a week. I usually do it on around Wednesday, give you the projected weather and all that. And then, of course, an update because some of these projections for the game and all that change. So I'll certainly be updating the information probably around Friday. Make sure you're subscribing to the channel and donate to it if you so would be kind. We absolutely appreciate it all. But mainly hit the like button. It's free and it helps just as much. Dolphins going up to New England, shipping up to Boston. We use the same theme every year. Every time we go there. Dropkick Murphys. Shipping up to Boston. And by the way, the other part of the title, I thought that presser was good to the last McDrop. That's where that came from. Thanks for joining us back, Crypto. Anything you want to get off your chest before I run through the tail of this game coming up?
No, that's fine. You're good. No, I was just having some trouble with my phone. I was trying to get things straightened out to reboot it, everything.
Right on.
Well, yeah, I didn't get a chance to hear what KP said, but before my phone got disconnected.
You're pretty familiar with what he said already, pretty much, if I were to sum it up. Yeah, he's pretty much on the same square and being proven more and more right as time goes by.
Yeah. Okay.
As far as
exactly the inevitable avalanche.
Overall, yeah, the inevitable. He saw it coming. He basically said we're exactly where he thought we would be, given how we've conducted ourselves as an organization over the past couple of seasons.
Yeah.
So
It's just a snowball that becomes an avalanche.
The current line for the game, over under on the game, is 35.5, even lower than last week. Money line on the game, Dolphins minus. What's that?
It went over last week though, right?
Yeah.
The last touchdown put it over.
Yep. Money line on the game, Dolphins are minus 105 underdogs, and the Patriots are minus 115. Spread, Dolphins are getting +1 in New England. Passing yards on the year for Jacoby Brissett, 61 for 101 and 536 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. No wonder they're not winning. Ramondre Stevenson on the ground, 65 carries, 267 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Devon Achane didn't add much to his total last week. 53 carries, 165 yards, 1 touchdown. And in the air, Tyreek Hill, 17 receptions, 217 yards, 1 touchdown. And New England would be relying heavily on their number one receiver, tight end, Hunter Henry. 14 receptions for 148 yards. That's their best receiver on the year. We got word that Odell Beckham's practice window should be opening. Who knows if he's actually going to attend it?
Right.
Last 3 ball games, all losses for the Dolphins. Last 3 for the Patriots, all losses for them as well.
Yep. The battle for last place is on the horizon.
Yep, that's it, Crypto. There ain't much to say about this game. I know y'all are going to hate this. But the ESPN matchup predictor, according to ESPN Analytics, has the Patriots 59.7% probability of winning this game. Dolphins 40%.
40 to 59. Damn. So 60 basically, I guess. Yeah.
I'm gonna look out towards Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Let's see here. Sunday.
I was going to drive up there too, man. I'm not driving that far for a game like that, man.
Sunday during the day, it's a 1:00 game in Foxborough. 68 degrees. 68 degrees at game time. Real feel 71. Winds out of the east-northeast at 4 miles an hour, 9-mile-an-hour wind gust. 0% chance of rain, 62% cloud cover. Sounds like an absolute gorgeous fall day to be playing football. Crypto, I call that football weather, bro. You don't get no better football weather than that, man.
Man, I can't believe it was 20. It was a little over 50 weeks ago. I was in that stadium at a Sunday night game, watching that game, and all that pandemonium and stuff was going on. Even then, when the Patriots wasn't about to nothing, the fan support, I was really surprised how the fan support was still there, given the fact that they wasn't really aspiring to do anything. They still had a lot of jam-packed, sold out, type, vibe to knowing that their season was going to be like it went, well, at least last year, the way it went. I was kind of shocked that
they've been winners.
A lot of people there.
Well, here's the thing. They've been winners for so long that everybody there is now afraid to get the fair weather fan moniker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll be getting fair weather.
For when it picks back up. So they're all showing up like diehards and doing the fan roll, even though they know they don't have a shot.
Right. They was going to be picking third in the draft that year.
That's how important winning is to an organization. Because if we were traditional winners for the past couple seasons, we would not be upset about what's going on right now. We would
the tickets would be $14.
Yep.
It'll be like still in the 60s or 70 range.
But we'd be showing up and we would be cheering on third down. Is my point.
Yeah.
Even though we're tanking. You know, like to get sold out stadiums when you're tanking means that you've been winning consistently for a long time.
Right. Exactly.
There's definitely a correlation there. So that being said, that's the game we're going to talk about. Going deeper in the week, we're going to be talking about more, I guess, about this game. We're going to be continuing to talk about these rumors about Tyreek Hill.
I had a hot take on the Tyreek Hill comment.
Go ahead and give it, because I'm about to do the show rundown and shut it down. So go ahead and what do you think about that, Crypto?
I'm thinking after more embarrassing losses, since that we got the news about the Raiders star wide receiver one out, and it's easy for him to act, even though they're 2-2. Even though we got less wins, now our star receiver has gotten permission indirectly by Davante Adams to now throw his temper tantrums and ask for out, and he'll be out of here by week 9.
Well, week 9, that's right around the trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
That was my original take.
That's my hot take.
Right. My original thought was Monday night was that Tyreek Hill would be in Kansas City by the trade deadline. Now that brings
I was saying here, Minnesota, maybe Minnesota or them, yeah.
But that tees up a more interesting question for later in the week. Maybe it doesn't matter because we're starting to kick the tires on Odell Beckham. But Tyreek to KC, does that open us up to make a play for Adams? Or does KC
no, because they're gonna go brand new wide receiver in the draft.
Or does KC beat us to the punch, make a move on Adams, and we're stuck with Tyreek? We'll see how that plays out.
They're not.
Well,
I don't think they're going with old receiver.
I don't really need you to answer per se, because I'm just saying that's going to be the discussions going forward. That's really where we're at this point.
I think Adams plays spoiler for our chance to get as many draft picks as possible. We don't need any spoilers.
Well, I'm not.
You're be a total spoiler,
right? But I'm not a tanky, so we'll leave it at that for right now.
No, I'm just saying. Even that, it ruins the apple cart. We need to get rid of. We need to get rid of all the Matt Moore possibilities on this team.
There's been plenty of star players that come to a team in the middle of a season randomly like that end up spending a long time with that team. So again, you're talking tank talk, and that's talk that you can have with the people that want to have it.
I don't know too many teams that do that in the middle of the season. Odell Beckham is now in his 3rd or 4th team now since he came in the middle of the season.
Right. But at the same time, I think that could have possibly been a fail-safe. Like, in other words, the reason we haven't seen Odell is because he was never brought here to play. Maybe he was brought here as a fail-safe in case the Tyreek chirping starts.
Nah, he wasn't that going to be kind of a draw to NFL defenses to make a difference as a number one person.
Well, it's just interesting that he brings a whole different dynamic as a wide receiver compared to what we have here. And we're also rolling with Tyler Huntley again. by the way, a guy that has thrown the ball to him in Baltimore, you know, I mean, everything we're doing seems like we're still trying to pull it out, which tells me that the coach is coaching for his job. That's why I have that opinion, Crypto. That's where I arrive at in my conclusion. You know what I mean? Like it all points to that, bro. I think this is a must-win game.
I mean, that could be true. Yeah, that could be true, but then again, he could be coaching for his job pretty much, but he may be helpless to the point where those things are ringing true now.
That's still possible, Crypto. I mean, as I said, there's a not less than 1% chance still that he's fired regardless of wins.
Yeah, because Flores was fired not because of wins, for other stuff. Yeah.
It's hard to get in the mind of a billionaire, man, from day to day. I mean, we're literally trying to follow the mood changes of a billionaire from day to day. To be honest with you, because that's what it always looks like when they talk out of 5 sides of the mouth. That gives Ross the ability to be moody.
Yeah, he can wake up one day and say, everybody's gone.
Yeah,
he's there.
Or no, I'm sticking with him, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So make sure you're all hitting the like button on the way out.
Oh, yeah.
Cap's going to be really pissed at me today. I think I might get fired. Because we only got 74 likes. We missed
What's
our
up, Greg? You gonna be in the building for the Patriots game, Greg?
Of course he is.
It's in Greg's backyard.
Anyway, tonight we got Shake bringing the Smoke Lounge. You got an Insomnia episode dropping tonight? Or when's the next Insomnia episode dropping?
We're gonna shoot for a live one, and we're doing the one with the we were supposed to be getting Big Nick on for the pick'ems either this week or next week.
Okay. So the next Insomnia will be the live one Saturday night at midnight.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's right after.
And that's right after for the Navy.
Right, and that's right after Ali is bringing you the new Saturday night show. No longer Club XL. Club XL is closed until further notice. He is bringing you
the new club.
He is bringing you the Wolf Pack, and the Wolf Pack will be here Saturday night, 9 o'clock or so. I don't know when he's actually got it scheduled for.
Yeah.
In the meantime. Make sure you're joining Shake Money this evening for Smoke Lounge.
We're going to need a guest appearance by CB83 because he put that label out there, so he's going to have to introduce all the stars of the Wolfpack, all the positions of the Wolfpack.
Oh yeah, and I'm jumped in wide-eyed, bro. You know what I mean? Because I don't care anymore. Call me a Wolfpack.
Right.
That's great.
Yep, CB83. So we need you to be the announcer, the guest announcer for the show, man. You got to come on and introduce all the members, man. It's official, goddammit.
And of course, join me tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. If I don't bring you a coffee show in the morning, then you will get afternoon color commentary. That's what I've been doing on Thursdays. We will be getting more media from the Dolphins. Usually they drop stuff today or tomorrow. We'll be covering that like always. I'm going to be roasting every one of these pressers as they come out because that's all we have to do right now. I mean, what else do we have to do? We can't talk about how we're going to win because nobody believes we're gonna. We talk about Tyreek and his antics. And we'll continue with it and continue to talk about what our potential is. Look, we're in a holding pattern right now. We don't know what this team wants to do, whether they want to win or lose, and that's going to be what we're going to have to find out against the Patriots Sunday. So keep coming back, and I will see you most likely tomorrow morning as soon as I can find this outro. Again, everybody, hit the like button. Go to tftgnetwork.com. Bookmark it. Make it your homepage. Visit the shop. Support the channel in all these different ways you can. And we do absolutely appreciate every one of you joining us today. Have a great day. Fins up.